Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, June the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Yeah, I just sold some more out, but keep an eye on this SLGG, guys. Sympathy play, of course, doesn't have as quite a good looking weekly chart, certainly, as the AESE. But the AESE, this turned out to be a real beauty. So I got in here at 252, 251. Sold some just before 3, just in case it couldn't crack 3. And I've sold some more. Don't have that much left. I sold some more at 351. Just like the symmetry of it, getting in at 251 and selling some at 351 for $1. So see what happens. Don't have very much left of the AESE. The high, I'm a little, not worried, but 4 could be the block on it. Yeah, Escorts Arena, Las Vegas to reopen June 25th. So anyway, but keep an eye. What was the other one? There was GAN. That was the big one. I wanted to see. I didn't see GAN moving actually. Didn't see GAN moving at all. So this AESE is kind of moving, trading on its own. And the SLGG, I just don't like. It's so much resistance up in this area here, but. Anyway, let's see what else is happening. There is another massive move by a bio. Just give me a second here as I crank my music down. Take a look at ALPN, Alpine, ALPN. So, I mean, this is actually legitimate. They have got something going with ABBV. $60 million upfront payment with the maybe $805 million if the drug works. Hey, you know, it's still premature in that regard, but they definitely received a $60 million upfront payment. We have a $5 million float for it. That's super low. So anything could happen with this. It's actually shortable too. Surprised to see it was shortable at IB. Let me see how many shorts there are. Not that I'm looking to short it. 76,000 shorts, so there are a lot of shorts. All right, let me go down my list. FAMI. And so we've got some China stocks, a couple of food China stocks. FAMI. It's you know what? Giving it up. Well, yeah, $1.90 back down to $1.08. Some kind of a mushroom sale in Israel. And then the other one was Plin, PLIN. Plin, another China food stock. So forget about these, I guess. Well, just the fact it was moving. What got me in was this move right there. I thought, okay. I'd kind of forgotten what this was all about. Then I saw esports. I thought, okay, so this is heating up again. And then that little 2-bar pullback on the 5s and that little pop there. I thought, okay, well, just take some and see what happens. And then there was some news. And of course, as always, it had room. NVFY. Let me see if this is holding. No. So a lot of these are that had popped. You see, when I see these are up here when I'm doing my pre-market work. I jot them down. Now coming back to them later. I mean, it's still up 54%, so it's up. It's still up a lot. But I mean, it's it's a drop from 5 down to 3, so not that interested anymore. Houston, HUSN, another China stock. Okay, at least it's holding a bit. And I don't know if I have any specific news on it other than it's China. Pets is another China stock, PETZ. Again, another one that popped way up here and is, up to 3, down to 2. I mean, these are big percentage drops. IDEX was moving. Yeah, still it's a nice, maybe a second day. A huge day yesterday, of course. There's the high of yesterday. Actually got above it, I believe. It got just a little bit above the high of yesterday in the pre-market, and that's IDEX. Well, Alpine's going to be wild. I mean, this is again one of those ones where it's going to be difficult to gauge what's going to happen because of that float, 5 million in the float. But the deal does seem legitimate in terms of the $60 million upfront payment. That seems completely legitimate. Going in with a big, Abbey is a big company, so yeah, I have ENPH. Nice bounce so far for ENPH, up 11%, almost $5 to $4.50 after its disastrous stay, fraud allegations, I guess. Well, it's not so much what float I like. I mean, if something has a very low float and it's in play, I mean, it's going to be active. It's that simple. Low float, anything under 20 million for me is a low float. And of course, some of these are ridiculously low, and that's why you get these insane moves. Sono is on the way down. Sono, at least it was. Yeah, it was on the way down. It's a little bit of a bounce. I don't see anything specific. I don't think anything specific for it, but... And, I'm not going to go over the cruisers. I mean, all the cruisers, I'm sure the airlines are down. Cruisers, airlines, usual suspects. Orn had a nice move. Orn had a nice move just as the market closed yesterday. This is one that was in the basic new highs. Just didn't move that much. But then the market closed, and look at the after hours action. It's starting to give it up a little bit, but it's holding 4. And there's the 200-day moving average. So can it hold that 200-day? I mean, look at the room. This is why, I was interested in it yesterday. Look at the room, looking left. Maybe to the 450, 470 mark. That's right. No, you're absolutely right. That's right. Sono, there is news on it. It was 13. That's right. I just remember seeing that now. A financing of some sort. Now, I was going to get interested in this, but then I think it pulled way back underneath again. I thought maybe this AIHS, it may do something a little bit similar to what was the other one yesterday? The AFH did. The AFH, once it took out $1. Remember this one? This was a huge one for us yesterday. AIHS, it's another financial. It did get up to $1.07. The key will again to take out $1. Right there, you can see if it can take out that $1.04 again. In fact, I'm just gonna stick an alert there around $1.03. See if it takes this area out again. If it can, it's got some room to the 150, which would be a nice percentage move. Katie, everything is here, okay? Everything is here in the scans. Okay, all scans I'm sharing. Scans right there. Or click on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, okay? That'll go to a Word document, then you can copy and paste the link. Carve was active again. That was a crazy one yesterday. Carve was getting active again. It's up, well, it's not up that much now. It was actually got up to 1060 or so. Yeah, the reason, Katie, I don't do this, I used to post links all day long, people wanting my scans, and it was just very time consuming. I'm not picking on you specifically right now. So that's why I create the scan list. Get people have to do a little bit of work on your own to get the scan, but otherwise I could be posting links all day long for people wanting my scans. SELB, SELB, is it still at 3? No, it's given it up quite a bit, 311 down to 276. Was there some news? Yeah, they have some collaboration deal with Sarepta, SRPT. So that was the news for Celb. I mean, that's a big, guys. I mean, this could be really big if it can get back over 3. Look on the daily chart. Look how much room it's got on the daily chart. Just has to get back over 3 again. I'm going to stick an alert around 295. Okay, guys, SLGG is still, I don't love I mean, I think there's a lot of resistance fairly close for SLGG. 324, 325. I mean, it's going to have to somehow get through that, but if it does get through that, look out. And of course, this is sympathy play with AESE. Whoops, AESE, sympathy play. I don't have very much of this left. POIA is another one that had gapped up. Oh, I think I've got the wrong symbol. I think I put the wrong symbol in somehow. No? Okay, just was slow to load. Okay, so it did gap up over 2 and it's down below 2. It's a very choppy looking, a little bit choppy looking. It's not beautiful. But they do have some news, and it's a low float, 10 million in the float. Now this one at the very end, as I was doing my pre-market work, WYY, that had gapped up on guidance. Their fiscal 2020 financial. So this is guidance. So they're talking. I mean, they're in theory is when they're releasing earnings, but they're already guiding, and obviously they're guiding reasonably well in terms of their expectations. That's what I'm talking about right there. 2020 financial guidance, and it's actually not a low float, but this has got a ton of room. Let me just check that monthly chart, see where. So we have to go back. We have to go back over 3 years before we get to these highs. Anyway, we'll see once the market opens. And if you kept going, I know I closed the room down a little after 3 o'clock. This is one that I did end up finally taking. Remember we were watching this MLND? Right around 3, it had that pop. This was from the basic new highs and lows. It's still, I mean, it's too bad it's pulled back like this because, I mean, look at the room it has on that weekly. And there's the high, though. It's got to get through the high of yesterday. It has to get through now. Okay, let's see. 918. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Before I do that, though, if you want to follow my watch list, nothing will happen. I know what happened. I actually forgot to shut down Trade Ideas last night, or my computer last night. So anyway, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, it'll be blank. This will be blank until at least 9:45. This will start filling up at around 9:30. But if you want to follow these 3 windows, click on New, Channel Bar, and Barry's Watch List. Okay, Barry's Watch List. Okay, these are the only ones you're getting. Nothing else. Okay. You want my basic new highs, etc. They're all available from the scans. I'm sharing a lot of different scans right here. Orn did go nuts right at 4 o'clock. I know that's another one I was hi Real. All right, so now I'm going to just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Not very many at all. Okay, it's easy to do. So now we've got an upgrade, yeah. An upgrade for ENPH, I see. AEMD starting to move, guys. I'm just hearing that one. AEMD is starting to move. AEMD. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. All right, I want to take a look at those two stocks that Real is talking about. Flowers. Yeah, big gap up. I know I didn't see it. The volume was light, so I didn't really see this one early, just because the volume was a little bit light. AEMD, guys, look at this one. AEMD way through the 200-day moving average also. Another low float situation, AEMD. If you're wondering why stocks move like this, you know, why doesn't Facebook go up 158%? You know, check the floats. Yeah, no shorts available for me either at Interactive Brokers. Well, I mean, there's really nothing to explain. I mean, I just, you know, I mean, this is not auto trade or anything like this. I mean, it's just a matter of buying. Have you ever bought anything in the pre-market? There's really nothing to explain. Sorry, I typed your name in here as if it was as if it were a symbol. Sorry. You know, the spread actually was okay, 340, 341 right now when I got in. I mean, I didn't even think about it. I mean, I just bought it. They were really not thinking about how I bought it or anything like that. I just bought it and sold it. Boy, AEMD is just rippage now. What is there? Some news? FDA approval of IDE supplements. And is this a okay, so this is a virus play, guys. With Interactive Brokers, I believe, I'm not up that time because I'm on the West Coast, but I believe 4 in the morning, Eastern time. I think that's when you can actually. I mean, I'm not up then. It'd be 1 o'clock my time, but I believe Interactive Brokers starts getting data at 4 in the morning, Eastern time. Yeah, I heard about that. Yes. Yes, I heard about that. Yeah, create an audio alert. Yeah, just right click on an alert window, properties, actions, and then just check the play sound, set up the sound. You can have text to speech for basically one of them because you want to have different sounds for different alert windows. And then check use custom sound, select the sound. Here are some folders. We have in the folders we have some sound alerts. You can click on one, you can open it and then play it, hear how it sounds. And then if you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to that window. Again, guys, really excited to see what happens in the new highs and also on the downside. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'm going to put myself on mute. I think I'm getting Bluetooth interference in where I'm living, so just 1 second. All right, I'm back. All right, so what time is it? 9:28. So Dada, you guys were talking about this one also. So this was obviously an IPO back here. Don't really recall it, to be honest, but wow, nice move pre-market. All right, guys, market's going to open in about 30 seconds, so let's have a great trading day today. I'm going to turn my simulator on. So I'll be practicing. This is the Trade Ideas paper trading simulator using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data. iPix. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I see what you're saying yesterday. I just don't trade the pink sheets. But I see what you're saying. Somebody asked me about semi also. Yeah, not much. Not much is happening. I mean, maybe it's going to try to crawl back. Disaster day yesterday, of course. All right, everybody. Markets opened. And I typically just wait 15 minutes anyway for the market to settle down a little bit before I take any trades. The Celb is holding here, not badly. Again, if it takes out 3, I mean, you know, this could, if this wants to. So the deal, I have some kind of a collaboration with Sarepta. Well, you can see the big area for to get through at some point would be 5, right up in this area here. And then, man, what a void. Look at Carve. I don't understand what you mean, KD. Are you talking about a sound alert or just creating an alert window? I don't understand. The question is not... Okay, a sound alert. Okay, so very quickly, okay, watch what I do. Go to your alert window, right click, properties, actions, check that play sound, set up the sound. You can go text to speech, or use custom sound. Select the sound. These are 3 folders. And there's sound alerts in all the folders. You can pick one, highlight it, open it, and you can play it. If you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to that window, okay? Look at Carve, guys. CARV, this is not... And it just got halted. Boy, these are pretty quick alerts here, you know, because it's already made 60 new highs. So look at Cloudera. Okay, KD, I'm sort of busy, but okay, right click, properties, actions, check the play sound, set up the sound, check use custom sound, select the sound. 3 folders here, Mad Money, Voice Number 1, and Web. I'm assuming you are on the app, you're not on the web-based version. Click on one of the folders and here are the sound alerts. You can, okay, and then, okay. No, Cloudera already 1328. I don't like to take the trades this early. I like to see them. I like to see things settle down just a little bit, but this may run away. May run away. Yeah, like it's starting to run away. Not really though. Not really. Remember, the alert was at 1328, so it's not that far. The other thing too is it's probably, well, it's got some it has some Resistance right around here, right around 15. That's on that monthly chart. Obviously, I'm all out of the AESE, so that was a pretty quick trade pre-market. My guess is that the SLGG is also falling. Yeah, so yeah, that AEMD is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Another one that just got halted is PRPH. Okay, guys, now keep an eye on this one. This reminds me a little bit like the AFH from yesterday, a little bit. It's still struggling to get through one. But definitely keep an eye on this. It's not a crazy low float, 27 million in the float, so it's not crazy. Look at ENPH, nice. Wow, that's a great bounce from yesterday's disaster. A little pullback there, and now continuation. I actually saw it had an upgrade this morning. There's the Alpine, ALPN. It is starting to drift down. I mean, it is shortable. Just always worried about these ones. I mean, they can, with that low float, with that expensive stock, boy, anything could happen. And it got halted, and now it's resumed on the way down. Keep an eye on it though for a bounce, because I mean the news does look good. I mean they definitely got a 60, and it just got halted again. It looks like, and Carve just opened. Now you know what traders are looking at. They're looking at that big 23 it had yesterday. Well, I guess if you could have got it anywhere close to 1110 before it halted, you're laughing with the Carve. I just got halted again. I'm going to go through this. Did FAMI come back? A little bit. $1.87 pre-market. Some kind of a mushroom deal with Israel. That's what I read quickly. Nice call. I think Real was talking about shorting this. I think he was. Fade, I think. All right, guys. AIHS again poking above 1. I'd like to see it clear 1 a little bit better. I mean, this could do an AFH. One of the differences, let me just check the float for AFH. I think it's a lot lower. Yeah, so that's a 10 million float. This is what, a 27 million float. Art W, this was on the watch list. Not the watch list, but the basic new high is yesterday, but it is starting to fade. And it got halted on the way down. Boy, we're really getting a ton of halts over the last several weeks. Look at this is another one that just got halted. NES volume is just starting to pick up. NES just got halted. Look at the room it's got. Yesterday it got, I don't think I really saw this one yesterday. Got up to 650 yesterday, and it pulled all the way back down to 188. But it is alive and kicking again. The SPY is, I didn't see what the numbers were. I think where they're predicting 1.6 million. I don't know what they came in at. All right, guys. Well, you're definitely on your own on this one. Look at this. It's still alive. How is U1K doing? Yeah, it's doing well now too, guys. So yeah, okay. I'm gonna stick an alert around 107. I want to see if this can clear a dollar a lot better. AIHS. All right, so Cloudera is okay. Now it is kind of holding. Okay, after I mean, there's a little top. There's the drop down to 13 and back up. Let's see if it can base here and then move from here for Cloudera CLDR. The LPN just opened. Oh, LPN is just there is the U1K. Oh man, what to say about this one? The carve, then surprised it could get halted again. I think if it kept moving, it would have got halted again. Big 108. Don't you have the single stock? You should have the single stock window, Ital Designer. Lots of good information at a glance, but there it is, 180. I don't have it up and running, but it is here, new RBI. Sorry. Um, I don't have it up and running, David. Well, you have to have our premium service. Do you have our premium service, David? Okay. Well, when you say download it, just open it. Just open it. All my scans, Ital Designer, all my scans are here. Scans tab, or in the room drive icon. Scans that I share. Everything is there, including the halts resumes. Yeah, it's built in. Yeah, you don't have to download it from an external source. Boy, we are getting just a lot of. So NES just resumed. Look at this. NES just resumed. Jan resumed. Oh, on the way down, though. Too bad. And there goes you, one neck. All right, DYNT, Dynatronics. Okay, so what was the high a few days ago? It was $1.05. It got up to that level also. It's through the 200-day moving average. And the next high looking left, it's not that far away. So I really, it looks a lot better in this weekly chart, but there are some little stumbling areas. So I don't know about this one, DYNT. There is audio. You guys can hear me, right? Somebody's just asking. All right, down goes AESE. Now look at this one go, guys. I mentioned sure I didn't take it. I did not take that one, unfortunately. H&R Block, bit of a recovery day. Big, well, not a bit of a one. Look at this. Yesterday for H&R Block. So trying to recover a little bit like the ENPH. All right, guys, CLDR. Man, this is still alive, UONE, but this is the cheaper version. I wish I'd taken this one. I did take another trade, but not working quite as well as that one. Another yesterday. Okay, keep an eye on this one also. I mean, this one is another crazy one from yesterday. COHN almost got up to $19, and it's halted on the way up. So interesting. We've got these ones from yesterday and the day before, like the U one, still active and still being halted. Here's another one that just got resumed. I just can't chase it. Wow, ALPN just resumed on the way down. Boy, this is really giving. I'm a little surprised. I mean, the news seemed to be pretty good. I'd like to see, though, if this can hold anywhere and start to move again up. Celsius on the move again, guys. Big drop yesterday. Like that was a big drop. It got all the way up to 653 and it closed down here at 422. Now it's trying to recover again today. Celsius, CLSN. Okay, so nothing is showing up yet in my watch list, up or down. This is 950, so didn't have that many stocks, to be honest, to pick from. All right, listen, guys. I took it. I'm not in love with this one, the DYNT. Took it at 109, okay, and I'll definitely will try not to let it get down below one. There's that 113 looking left, and I may be getting out pretty soon. It's got to take out 113. Looking left, that's the, and then after that, 130. When you say no audio, I don't talk all the time. This is not the radio. Okay, let's see what else is. So the pets just showed up here. Let me see if they had any actual news. It's just a China stock. Just got to get through 113 with any oomph, and then the next area could be the 130. It's just struggling to get through it. Boy, Alpine, wow. Another one that just halted, AAME. I don't think I have seen this one before. Another Fin Financial. I had a big day yesterday, then a pullback. Nearly there, JC Dave. Nearly there. Oh, this was this really good one from yesterday, FSK. Really great chart. This is a short that I took yesterday. Didn't get as much as I probably should have, but FSK. What's the market doing? So the market's down a little. Again, that little disconnect that we've seen quite a bit between tech and the other indices. So the tech sector up just a little bit. All right, guys. You know what? I'm out of the I'm out of that DYNT. I may look at it again if it gets up to say 115 or so, but I'm out of the. Oh, not quite. Sorry, not quite. I'm sorry. Man, that was just a easy come, easy go for AESE. That was a nice, good pre-market trade. Fairly orderly, little pullback there. Take the trade right at that 50 mark. Sell a little bit here before 3 in case it doesn't break it. Pops through 3, and then I sold some just over 3, or actually 350 or so. So 351 to be exact. And then all out. Well, ENPH is definitely having a beautiful comeback day. No question. Actually, a little analyst upgrade this morning. I don't think that's what's doing it, but it's not a big name analyst that I could see anyway. Okay, Cloudera, I'm hanging on this one. It's been a little bit choppy, but another halt. FAMI got halted on the, oh, actually, FAMI got halted on the way up. Okay, well, let's see. I mean, the high in the pre-market was $1.88. It's a low float situation. It has room maybe to about $1.80. So it's, it's not, doesn't have that much before it hits resistance. I don't see that Houston is on the up. HUSN, somebody was mentioning HUSN. I don't see that. I mean, it's up, obviously, from the pre-market, but it is faded. Yeah, it's just a little, it's a little choppy. I mean, I'm in around 1341, so I mean, it's not, if it gets back down to 1340 in that area, I'm out. And that's the CLDR. Hasn't really put in a big move yet. Well, guys, I've been trying to get a short of the FSK, but because it was down 10% yesterday, over 10% yesterday, I'm not getting a fill. And I'm sitting right there at 1457 or so. I'm just not getting a fill. And I just took it off. Been sitting there for a while, so it's only down 3% today, but again, that uptick rule, you're not familiar with it. If a stock is down, today if a stock is down 10% and you want to short it, you may not be able to get it where you want to. It's not a matter of just going in at the bid. Like typically, if you wanted to short something, there has to be some action at the ask, and then it's going to go, of course, back to the bid. And you could be in a queue of people wanting to do the same thing. And it also carries over the following day. If a stock is down 10% yesterday, then that uptick rule will also be in effect today. So that's what's happened with me on the FSK. Okay, now Selb. Okay, pre-market high was 311. I'd just like to see that 3 break. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Look at that room for Selb. Now let's see if Selb can really explode through 3. That'll be okay. So Cone got halted on the way down, up, down. So this is not extending yet anyway. So not like yesterday where it was basically straight up for quite a while until it finally collapsed. That's the COHN. This is an earnings play actually, guys. Commercial Metals, CMC is an earnings play. Little red bar ignored there, forming for CMC. Earnings play. This looking left, what do we have? 2063 clears that, and it's got a little bit of room left. Oh, I didn't even realize the CCL is actually an earnings play. Carnival, an earnings play. Yeah, I tried one more time for the FSK short, could not get any. Okay, guys, Celsian, CLSN now over 5. Now, this is having a nice comeback. Well, so far, it's kind of a boring day for me anyway. I mean, the SPY is just kind of doing not too much. Yes, you are right. AEMD is bouncing back. It had a high of 430 in the pre-market. Sort of a red bar ignored. Right there on that 5-minute chart. Not sort of, I guess it really is. Well, let's see. No, this is still alive, guys. U1K still alive after that pullback. Ah, son of a... I'm in the AMD, guys. I tried to get out some at 320, 324 or so, and I couldn't. I couldn't. Sugar. Guys, this U1 neck is ripping here again. Ripping here again. Ah, I just wasn't fast enough on that. I'm in at 312 on the AMD. I was able to sell a little bit at 318, but not what I wanted. I wanted to get out at mid 320s and then maybe try to ride it for a bit, but okay, I'm all out of it now, guys. That's it's not good. Basically, just flat on that AEMD. All right. Well, what I want to do now is just put another alert up here around 319 and see if I can get back in it. I see is here. Wow. You know, I saw this in the pre-market and there was not that much volume, but wow, what a move. What a tremendous move for this one. Just straight up on basically the 5s and the 15s. Ugh, I'm still stinging a little bit from the AEMD. Yeah, I just can't chase it, but this one still has room. IC still has room. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, glad I didn't get the FSK. Ooh, DYNT has come back. All right, I have to refresh my memory about it. Let's see, that 113 was the Just didn't want to take that out, so I'm going to stick an alert for about 117. Still have an issue right here on that weekly chart up here at about 130. Okay, one moment, please. Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry, I'm mute. Yes, 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 yes. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a couple SELB and waiting to see if it can take out three. I'm also interested in the Celsius, especially look at that. It's not quite a red bar ignored on that 5-minute chart. But remember, I mean, it got up to 650 before it really sold off all day long once it got up here. Well, let's see now. This is a from 289 now to 386 from that alert. Of course, I'm sure. And then the Cloudera is just really not doing that much. I mean, I'm in at 1341, just waiting on it. Audio check. You guys can hear me, I hope. Okay. Remember, guys, I do not talk 100% of the time. There will be some dead air every now and then. I wish you well. If you're going along right now, I wish you well. I'm going to hold out for a good three break for the CELB. The reason being, for me, look at the daily chart. It has a lot of room. So I'll sacrifice a little bit, but I hope it works for you, obviously. Ooh, no. System only freezes. Yeah, I have no suggestions on that. I mean, obviously, you've tried to reload it several times. So pullbacks to go long on, right? To real pullbacks to that ADMA, but I know that's taking into account the pre-market data a little bit. Task manager to end, okay, and when you reload, it still freezes. If that's I cannot help you. I will direct you to our homepage, and you can start a live chat if that continues. Okay, if it continues, I just can't help you. Boxel, yes, Boxel is appearing here. Boxel. And there's actually a nice little red bar ignored. But what is looming on top of Boxel is that 124, which is the 200-day moving average. You guys have been talking about BIOC, okay? You're making me look at it. Yeah, again, one of those ones, I'll just have to let it break $1. Don't trust. I mean, it's up 30%, I get it, and a huge volume. Edit. Oh yeah, okay. Nice little. Okay, now of interest. This is not quite following suit with U1. All right, guys, I'm just watching. Okay, how's the Boxel doing? There's that 200-day 124. You can see it right there on the chart. I'm going to stick an alert just a little above it, literally a penny above it. See if it takes it out. If it does, it's got room. all the way up to that 2 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes up the 200-day, but at least you don't have to worry about that, and it can start to maybe fill in some of this void. Oh, thank you, Julio. Julio, in case you're wondering, is in the tech support area, IE, and he is one of our crack developers, so he might be able to help you. Okay? All right, guys, I'm really watching the SELB right now. Flirting with 3. All right, so there's a 2-bar pullback on the 5s. Didn't quite touch the 80 MA, but there's IC, so maybe it's going to resume. If I take this trade, I haven't taken one like this in a long time. A kind of a little pullback trade. All right, guys. Well, if you want to know the importance of stops, I got out with what, a very manageable little loss on the AEMD and did not get stubborn and say, it's going to come back. That would have turned into a far, far bigger loss. Well, REXN is merging, and it's going to be a new symbol. I'm not sure exactly when that new symbol starts, but REXN is merging with a company, and the new symbol is going to be OCUP, merging with a private company. Yeah, I'm in no rush really. I mean, I got to wait for things to happen a little bit. I'm not going to dive in. I'm just waiting on that sell to see if it can get, clear 3. The pre-market high was 311. Want to see it clear 3. Maybe get up to 305 or so. And the Boxel, and I think it'll struggle to get through 124. So, and even the Celsian, I was interested in the Celsian. It was holding 5 nicely. And so now what I'm going to do with Celsian is put an price alert at 516, and see if it takes that out later. The two of those topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, Italo Designer, just load it from here. New AI/Holly strategy trades window, and you'll get this window, and they're all there. Not a good day today so far. Well, that was the short of the day for sure. If they had the intestinal fortitude and not, I mean, look at that flow, 5 million. I mean, anything could have happened. Could have gained traction again, but boy, I mean, this is really giving it up. Well, this is probably the least interesting day I've had for a while. Waiting for things to break, the ones I'm staring at, waiting them to break certain levels and just not happening. Doesn't mean it's going to be like that for the whole day, but I'm certainly not going to press the issue or force the issue. So I guess it's as good a time as any to welcome anybody who's brand new to the room today. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. What do I think about Tencent? What they were buying, who were they buying yesterday? Yeah, it's had a nice run. Above the highs of not yesterday, but the two previous days. Getting close to 13 though. I mean, I just think there's resistance around 13, in my opinion. I can't remember, who are they buying again? Who are they trying to buy? That was yesterday's news. Is it weird that this is a blast from John Central, Ohio? All right, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab within the trading room, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. You can also click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share. When you click on that, download, it'll go to a Word document, and then all the links will be there. If you saw a scan that you might want to take a look at, all you have to do is copy the link, and then file, load from cloud, and then paste it in, and then load it, and then it'll be on your screen. If you like the scan, then don't forget to save it to your cloud. If you like the scan, right-click, save. Okay, then it'll be in your cloud. The links that I'm going to talk about, some training links, etc., you can click on those also, and it'll download to that Word document. We're going to go over a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. If you want to take out a subscription, there is the promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, all in caps, except for the numeric 4. The reason I keep saying numeric 4 is that I've had people type it in 4, so it doesn't work. Well, it works. It's numeric 4. Anyway, 15% off, 15% off the first month only. And I say 15 because people have said, hey, you said it was 50% off. So anyway, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. And let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. There is the big premium yearly plan, $22.68 a year minus that 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15% for the standard. If you are going to subscribe to our premium plan, it's because you want, wow, look at UONE. It's because you want the AI/Holly, okay? That's why you're subscribing, and I'm going to go over that. Look at UONE. You don't have to start off, of course, with an annual plan. You can just even try us out standard monthly. $118 a month minus the 15%, or the premium monthly, $228 less the 15%. If you decide within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we will honor the promo code. All right, let me take a look at some of the links now. All right, so we've gone over the subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And again, you can click on that Room Drive icon and all these links will show up. Okay, you can take a look at them all later on. But the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your account using this Brokerage Plus module, then I would encourage you to watch this video. I'm going to pop this into the YouTube feed also. I'm going to pop it in here. Okay, so if you have, again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use Brokerage Plus, this screen you see here, to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Download. There's a you can download to the latest link right there, or the latest version of Trade Ideas right there. Ooh, Ovid is on the move here. I'll keep going. This is a great link for people who are new to Trade Ideas, are thinking about getting trade ideas. 20 short video lessons. Covers all the basic topics. You know, what is a top list? How to build a top list? What is an alert window? Etc., etc. I really encourage you to watch that video, or these videos. Now it says 20 videos in 20 days. Of course you can go at your own pace. They're very short videos. And I'm going to put this here also. We also have and then the big training link, which has the 20 videos, okay, but it also has TI University and Back to Basics, okay? Great videos. Also, all of our webinars. These are all free. You can register for all the webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived, so you can sign up for all the webinars here. You can take a look at TI University and Back to Basics. Lots and lots of training in that training link, okay? The next test drive sign up. So we have test drives typically 4 times a year, once a quarter. We just completed one in May at 4,000 people sign up. If it's going to be 3 months from then, it'll be in August. We don't have an official date yet for the next test drive. But if you sign up right here, you'll be notified exactly when it'll be. The test drive for $8.99, we give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So we don't have free trials, but that's the closest you're going to get. And as I say, we had over 4,000 people sign up for the last one. And we have some ebooks here. Okay, so you can take a look at all the ebooks that we have. I haven't looked at them for a while. Actually, should have a better link. There are other ebooks, but anyway, there's an ebook, Buying the Dip. Okay, so those are some of the links. Now I'm going to go over what the AI is all about. Basically what happens is this. So the AI waits for the market to close every day, so it has access to the latest market data. One moment, please. Now we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they all run through an optimization procedure. Basically what that is, takes a look at all the filters that are in place in a strategy. In the AI strategies, there are way more filters. Maybe it makes adjustments to the filter values, takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through this optimization procedure. Just to do one strategy is painstaking enough. To do 40 or 50, obviously you need a computer to do that. So that is what happens at the end of every, let's say, waits for the market to close. Tomorrow, these are the strategies that made the cut for today. Typically making the cut, meaning a strategy has the right profit factor and win percentage combination. These are the ones that made the cut today. Tomorrow, because again, the AI will go through the optimization procedure at the end of the day. Now, in order to see the AI the AI alerts, all you have to do, if you have the premium service, is just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And here's your window. You basically just, make sure it's loaded before the market opens, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry price, you have a stop price. AI has not had a good day today. And so is U1 neck, as she is saying, U1 neck, U1 neck. If you have the voice, text to voice. All right, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus, this is the Brokerage Plus screen. Just a second. Guys, yeah, the fear of missing out, exactly. I'm just doing some trading on my own on this U1 neck. All right, so this is the Brokerage Plus window. This is part of the standard service, what I'm going to talk about mainly. If you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use the Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account live, okay? And again, I'm not answering any specific questions on that because there's a great video on Brokerage Plus and IB, how you can trade. I'm going to pop it in here again. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade that account, then please watch that video. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you, I've connected it to our simulated trading, paper trading basically, okay? And if you are a new trader, I heartily encourage you to use our paper trading, Brokerage Plus as a paper trader. It's using our real-time data, has no bearing on what account you have, what brokerage account you have. And all part of the standard service. And it's pretty simple. All you do is just click on an alert. You notice the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to buy. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going to sell, if you're going to short, you sell. And if you're going to go long, you buy. Take a look at Ovid right now. I'm just going to take the trade. Just want to show you how you do it. So let's take 300 shares. The spread is good, so I can go in at the market. So I just took 300 shares. And this is what I was, this is what I was looking at. The spread was only a penny. So no problem going in at the market if, the spread's a penny. So now there it is. All right. Now I can manage the trade. I can put it. Now, again, I'm doing this after the fact, but I will put a stop in where it kind of makes sense. I'd say at 620, I'm looking at the chart right around there. So all I have to do is now add a stop order, 620. So I add that stop order. Notice it appears now right on the chart. So if I allowed this trade, if I allowed this stock to move back down to 620, I would lose $76, okay? It would take me out of the trade. I can take this now and I can use it like a trailing stop. Like say the trade starts to work well, instead of using some kind of an artificial percentage or dollar amount below as a trailing stop, why not use the chart? Why not use, put this stop in areas that make sense, where there is some support just below support. So if it broke that support, that's where you'd want to get out. I can also put a target if I wanted. So let's just, I'll put a target, add a target order. I don't put targets, but I know people have asked, can you put a target? So I'll put a $7 target. You see right there on the daily chart, there's a $7 target. Again, this can be moved up and down, wherever I want. But if I leave it there at $7.03, if it got there, it would take me out for a $172 gain. So pretty simple. You can flatten to get out of position, get out of half your position. You can double your position. And this is a little more advanced. If you were short, now you want to go long, or you're long, now you want to go short. Not that I'm aware of, Peter. I mean, you're going to... I don't think you can do that, Peter, no. So let's see, the Ovid is working here. Again, this is in the simulator. And if I looked at this chart, I would say that, in fact, what I would do if I were really wanting to put a, just right there probably could be the resistance, 684 or so. So I'm almost 100% sure, Peter, no, you can't put more than one stop. You're almost acting like an if-then. Whew, that was definitely multitasking, guys. On the U1K. And again, I'm just waiting on that CELB to see if it... it's just not wanting to take out 3 with any resolve as we speak anyway. I'm going to let this, now look what's happened. So I just want to, at this point, if I were truly trading, I wouldn't like the trade. I'd probably just move the stop and take myself out. So I just took myself out of the trade. I just moved the stop up to the price and it took me out of the trade automatically. Boy, not a lot of follow through, guys. On the, I mean, obviously we had some 11.10, got up to 14. The Cloudera, I'm still in this. I mean, I had the pullback here a little below where I got it, but it popped right back up. So I'm still in the Cloudera, but I don't really think it's going to do that much, to be honest. Not the way this market is trading today. The U1, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you could have got 13.93, I mean, it would have been awesome, up to $20. Now it's been halted on the way down. Same with the U1K, 289, got up to 4 something. And this one is just still hovering around $1. Pets, 260. Yeah, it didn't really do much. The IC is not really, that little pullback hasn't really moved. Boxel, I mentioned the 200-day, probably going to block it for a while. NTN 289. I mean, it got over 3, but nothing fantastic. And the OVID, well, actually, the OVID was pretty good. 631 on the alert. Got up to 650s. So now, I mean, this could still have some action here. It has room. A little bit of room, up to a little bit of room. I mean, 684 is the next high looking left. I mean, that could stall it. Yeah. So some days, I mean, you know, you just have to kind of bide your time. And do not get, don't have the feeling that you have to be in a trade constantly. Get that anxious feeling. Market's trying to put in maybe a little bit of a move here. But not much. I mean, it's just not much. It's basically, the markets are basically flat from yesterday's closes, except for the tech is up a bit. There was a flyer in the morning, HUSN, completely gave it up. See if, I don't even know if they had any move. Another China stock. Okay, so this IC is just kind of chopping around. There's a pullback, but it doesn't look that promising. I guess the only thing I'm going to do is just stick an alert above the highs there. Maybe watch MRSN. I mean, it's over the whole number. Just the relative volume is putrid. So it's not trading super abnormally. I mean, it's up. The only good thing, it's over the whole number. And yesterday's high was way up here around 22.22. So I mean, it has some room, MRSN. But again, look at that relative volume, 0.2. So it's not trading abnormally at all. No, interesting. The U1 resumed after the halt on the way down. It did not collapse. All traders are looking at. Hit $40 2 days ago. Okay, one moment, please. All right, I'm back. All right, you've been talking about VIPS, a little clothing store. Yeah, actually pretty, on that weekly chart. Let's back this out on the monthly, see what sort of, so we have to go back to 2015 to see these levels for VIPS. Okay, now Alpine right here, ALPN. So what we're going to wait for is it's basing pretty nicely here. If we get like a volume bar popping this a bit, getting over 10, I mean this could resume. I mean it had, in my mind, it had legitimate news, a 60 million upfront payment. That's no strings attached from ABBV. It's just flirting with that 10 right now. I mean, obviously this could have this if it gets going again. I'm sticking a little around 1027 for this Alpine, just to see if it can, really break through 10 again. What we'd like though is some volume. Oh, Amid. Okay, you guys are talking about Amid. Yeah, it's way out of my price range that I like, but I can see what you're looking at. I mean, it's got some room up to 190, I guess, on that daily chart. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're still, I mean, the volume decreased yesterday too. Looking at the SPY daily volume, we're way down here now. Granted, we're only an hour and a half, 2.5 hours into the market. I'm sorry. We're more than that in. No, we're an hour and a half in. So I mean, there's the volume. Yeah, I mean, it could match yesterday's if it picks up a bit, but morning, Izzy. I mean, don't lose sight of the Alpine, guys. I mean, just in case it has this big pop through 10. I'm going to read that news again. One moment, please. All right, guys, I know my dog is going crazy. So listen, I am going to be gone for probably, it could be anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. So this, we're getting all our furniture moved out from the, as they start the process of replacing our floor downstairs, and I have to talk to the guys. And so What time is it right now? 10:55. So, real, I hope you're around just in case. So, I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to be back, okay? Just give me a second here. Just put the announcement in. Time is at 10:56. I'm going to maybe 11:15. We'll see. I mean, I might be able to pop in and out, okay? Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm actually back. Bit of a false alarm. That was another tradesperson, not the main one, the one I really have to deal with. Um, so I am back until they show up. They're supposed to show up in about half an hour. So anyway, so let's take a look at the Celb. The Celb is starting to. Oh, and the Cloudera is actually moving a little bit. This could turn into my gentle trade of the day. So Aussie girl, yeah, can you not see my screen? Because I had the announcement on the screen that I was gone. And yeah, okay, guys, keep an eye on the Celb. I mean, the Celb may give us something, and I don't see that the so what I'm looking at the Alpine, sorry, the Alpine. I don't see that it triggered over 10. No, okay, so you know that, guys. That's why we wait. You know, no anticipation. Just wait. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and you just move on, okay? So there is going to be quite a bit of noise now for, well, today and certainly tomorrow and all next week. So pounding of floors, etc. So you guys will have to let me know if it's too disruptive, and I'll just mute myself. But we'll wait. We'll wait for that to happen. What price level do I show Alpine at? Maybe your screen is frozen. Right now it's at 919. It's right there, 919. I was waiting for that Big 10 break, and it just didn't happen. Well, understand that these charts refresh every 8 to 10 seconds. Okay, I mean, when you click on an alert, you're getting a real time alert. But then if if you let this just sit here, it'll refresh. So that might be the reason why there's a slight deviation every now and then. And I know, as crazy as that sounds, and here's my spiel. I was very highly skeptical when we introduced charts. I don't know how many years ago now, 4 years ago perhaps. And when they said they would refresh every 8 to 10 seconds, I thought, well, that's no good. And I put my e-signal charts right beside them to see what sort of difference that made to me. And I found out it made virtually no difference whatsoever. The ones that are moving so quickly, it's not that I'm really staring at the chart anyway. What I'm doing is I'm looking at, my time in sales. I'm looking at my order entry. So it's not so much the chart that guys, Cloudera is giving us a little, if you got in this one with me. So it just really, and I experimented almost for 2 weeks because I was very skeptical, and I came from that experience. I said, you know what, it just doesn't matter. Now, if you're into scalping a penny or two here, fine. All right, keep an eye on IC. IC is, here's that red bar. Well, I don't know if it's too late. I mean, it's, your mini chase mode right now on the 15. It was a great alert down here at 1328 so far. I'm not in it there. I'm in at 1341. So Okay, guys, Ovid on the move again here. Ovid on the move after that pullback. And as I say, it has a little bit of room to the 720 mark. Interesting. This is interesting. Look at the Celsian. What do you guys see here on that 15-minute chart? What do you guys see? No wrong answers. Okay. But what do you see on that 15-minute chart? I talk about this all the time. So, I'm waiting for one really good answer. They're all good, but there's one, something when I looked at it, I said, aha, interesting. Sort of, Izzy, sort of, but pattern. What do you guys see? Look at those candles. Look at those 15-minute candles. What do you see? There you go. In the YouTube feed, Moises, you are the grand winner. You win a free week in the trading room. But look at the bottoming tails, guys. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row on that 15-minute chart. Okay? So again, what does that mean? That means, the sellers tried here, and at least the buyers closed it here. The sellers tried again, and the buyers closed it here. The sellers tried again, the buyers closed. This is, the sellers keep trying to knock it down, and the buyers keep moving it up. What's in theory, what should start happening now is the sellers are just going to give up and say, you know what? I wasn't quite familiar with tweezers. Okay. With that terminology, perhaps I just wasn't familiar with what tweezers meant. Well, just bottoming tails. It's just bottoming tails. The more the merrier, because again, this is always a fight, right, between the buyers and the sellers. No matter what chart you look at, there's always a fight going on. And you can really see the fight here with the sellers trying to knock it down with those bottoming tails. Because remember, at one point the price was down here. But the buyers kept, closing it higher. Eventually, maybe the sellers are just going to give up and say, you know what? Yeah, the volume is picking up a little bit. There's no huge volume pop yet, but the volume is picking up though a little bit here. I'm not saying hop in and buy it, but if you see a pattern like this, you have to start thinking, the sellers are going to get tired at some point, and just hand control over to the buyers for a while. All right, guys, keep an eye on AXDX. This finally popped in here. AXDX, the volume was just too light, but it finally... Yes, there is a discount coupon. Okay, guys, I know there's going to be a lot of background noise now, okay? We're just going to have to deal with it. Market direction filter. Um, well, I don't know about a market direction filter. I mean, we do have SPY. If you click on SPY, as an example, the change, and we do have the Qs, I think. NASDAQ, okay, so we do have these, and we have the Dow. Yeah, I don't know. That I don't know. We don't have that then.
Okay, let's go. Chloe, where are you? It's Monita. It's my cat. You leave it here, Monita. Come on, come here, come here. No, you must stay here. You're a bad cat. Come on. So I will stay here, Monita. Stay there. Super. Chloe?
Yeah, not a lot of. Yeah, where's U1 now?
Chloe? Come on, with me.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You would have thought, no way, after yesterday, people recognizing, okay, why was it up to 40? But
Thanks, Chloe.
no accounting for the market sometimes, guys, so. But it's interesting, this U1K. What I found interesting, if you saw this yesterday, U1K was up virtually the entire day. It had a huge day. It pulled back, but it was still way up, whereas U1 was down. I mean, you can see, look at what U1K did. And that's not what U1 did. Oh, I see. I just don't know. I honestly don't know. Our market direction filter. All I can see is, I mean, we've got the SPY, we've got the Qs, and we've got the Dow. So I mean, I think what it might mean, without looking at it, what it might mean is that, you know, for some of the strategies, you want the market on your side, or at least not against you. So some of the strategies will have a component, like the SPY must be, you know, up for the day, you know, as one of the filters. That's all I can. That's all I can think of. I've never used it, so I'm sorry. I really can't comment on it. I think that's what it must mean. Yeah, I'm just reading it. Yeah, so yeah, it says the S&P requiring it to be up a certain amount in the last 5, 10, 15, 30 minutes. So yeah, that's kind of what I thought. That's all it is if you read it. So you just use you use the market filters then. I mean, what we do here, I mean, that's why I have the SPY chart. You know, to be honest, people, they say, well, why do you have the SPY chart here? Well, because if I'm going to get into a trade, especially something that may not be moving on its own, it's more or less maybe tracking what the market's doing, then I want to see what is the market doing. You know, I mean, if I want to get into a long trade and the market's put in, 5 15-minute red candles down in a row, I probably am going to have pause on that, right? So unless it's really trading on its own meaning an alpha stock that it's got some news specific to it, or it's an earnings play, which of course is news specific to it. A lot of times those, like U1, I mean, the market could be, I don't know what, the market's down, but U1 doesn't care. I mean, the market's really not down much, but the market could be doing this though, and this one probably wouldn't care less. Wouldn't this be astonishing if this went negative today, ALPN? What do I think of Zine? Well, you look at the weekly chart, it has some room to run that 670 mark. It's above the highs of the previous weeks. Again, for me, I always like to see it take out that whole number. It's also just above the 200-day moving average. So, I mean, it's, will it really stay above it? I mean, it's only 4 cents above it. I mean, I would be, I'd be waiting, for me personally, I would wait for a 6 break. I'm not saying to do it. Yeah, that's money sleeps. Or never sleeps. That's a interesting point. Oh, rats. I was not paying attention. I was in this Ovid and I accidentally sold it. Sugar. We got a little too much distraction right now. I was in this Ovid and I kept looking at my P&L saying, why isn't it going up? It's price is moving up. Son of a... Oh well. Oh well. I mean, this is one of the first pullback plays I've done in a long time. So all I'm in now, guys, is Cloudera. I haven't sold anything. I'm just kind of trying to hold on to this one. Might have a decision to do when the movers show up and figure out what I want to do. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely uncertainty here. I'm still waiting for a 5 break for Celsian. I mean, it was ripping yesterday. I mean, it had 3 great days before yesterday it finally pulled all the way back. I mean, it's not a good thing. So this is a good one, 631, and I'm starting to see some okay moves from the basic new highs. Well, guys, you know what? I'd be watching this. Excuse me, assuming U1 keeps moving higher. I mean, it's been chopping around. I'd be watching this one. See, it's definitely lagging badly. U1K. Okay, what is NTN doing? Are you doing it? Okay, guys, keep an eye on NTN. I mean, the same sort of thing. I mean, all these were just ripping. The 2 days ago, big rip. Yesterday, another huge rip before it completely pulled back, almost like the Celsian. But, this gets over 3 again. I guess at 310 was the high today. And it's a low float, 2.2 million in the float. Huge volume, great volume, so that's not an issue. So I would be putting an alert, maybe at the high of the day and see if it blasts through that. Look at the volume. The volume is good. The volume is picking up again. Oh man, this lady is torturing me. The text to voice. Well, if anybody got into it, congrats. And holding it. Well, you know what? I mean, it's above, it's right at where I thought it might stall anyway, 684-ish. Julio, can you hear me? I always forget to ask why, sometimes in the charts, this does not pop up. Hey, welcome, Benny. Ugh, sorry, it's hard. I might have to turn her off or change the sound alert here. Ah, man, I missed this one too. Look at the XDX, 1248, 1284 now. So when you say on this platform, Benny, do you have trade ideas? Are you first new subscriber or first time in the trading room? Yeah, I won't give advice like that. I'm not a financial advisor, so I cannot give advice like that. You know, keep hold. I mean, if you have a stop in place, you obviously have a stop. I mean, this U1K, it intrigues me. I mean, it's just lagging the U1. Only 39 million shares with a 17 million float, so it's traded. It's traded the float twice. 380 times normal volume. Of course, that's kind of skewed. It never traded before, or hardly ever traded before, until well, 2 days ago. Exactly, Torps. Yesterday, yeah, it went nuts. U1K went nuts yesterday, while the other one was tanking basically. All right, guys, CLDR giving us a little bit of 1341. I'm in, so I haven't traded anything out yet. Might have to start thinking about it now as it's getting closer to that whole number. You mean the day before? I think it was the day before it went nuts. I took that one the day before. Yeah, I actually took that one. I didn't hold it overnight, unfortunately. Have I got this symbol wrong? Is it POIA? Or POAI? Yes, yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. I copied that down wrong. Because it had some news. First sale. Pretty good volume, only 10 million, but it's just not doing anything. Terrible looking weekly chart. I mean, that's right, I remember seeing this. Did not like that weekly chart, but first sale or whatever they do. Yeah, I mean it's a big dollar bounce. Not quite a dollar bounce for the Alpine, but I'm still gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and wait. See if it takes out 10 later on. Ugh, jeez, what did they do? Ovid, what did it even do? I don't think they're a virus play. I don't see any Form 8K, but I don't see any big news for Ovid. But wow, you know, now the next level right there is 721 on that monthly chart. So I see this column here, the distance exit price. This is telling me how bad I did. Okay, this is in the simulator. So remember, I took this just to show you how you can use the simulator to trade. So 645. So when I got out, it has moved 78 cents. So that's a good gauge. Oh, I almost just feel like revenging. I'm not going to taking the Ovid right now. No, I'm not going to. How long does that appear? Are you talking about this, the distance, the exit price? It'll be there for. It'll be there all day. You know, tomorrow it'll refresh. What's the worst word I can use without upsetting people? Sugar? Okay. It's too close. I might accidentally say say the other one. Oh well, okay.
You come back with me.
Okay, so Real is saying ENPH. Here it is. Yeah, you're right. Look at that nice break. ENPH. Good spread too. Only a 3 cent spread for a 47 $47 stock. Now it's only a penny. That's a good spread. Market's moving down though. Just one moment, please. Okay, I see AEMD is now moving higher here. That red bar ignored. Yeah, Selb is still, it's on my radar, guys. Selb is on the radar for sure. Just got to take out 3. I have no idea why that's happening. I mean, because I was going to say when you load it, you're only going to get the last one. But if you got AXDX and Selb, I have no idea why you're not seeing VVNT. No idea. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know how I can help you. I literally do not know how I can help you. Yeah, the SPY is starting to put in some red candles, drifting down a little bit here. So what we're looking at for the Selb is volume, okay? No point in hitting 3, but we'll want some volume. Like imagine if we had that volume bar right there, here, pushing it through. Yeah, sorry, Izzy. I honestly have no idea. That doesn't make any sense to me that you don't have the one in between. You know, it makes no sense to me at all. If you're reset, you should only see the last one. But it makes no sense. I'm not saying you're not making sense. I'm just... All right, well, ENPH did not take a 46. I'm glad or 47. I'm glad I held off. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. You're right. It is definitely in curl mode right now. 998.10. Yeah, it could. It could. What do I have my alert set at? Around 10:29ish or so. Kind of like that. Problem I've got is I might have a tradesman coming like any second now, and this is too, you know, even if trying to put a stop in, it would be because it moves so quickly. miserable. Look at this one now, Ovid, after the little pullback. Well, at least I have Cloudera to kind of keep me company. All right, guys, I've been selling at 1383 the Cloudera, and that's from 1341. So just in case it's going to struggle to get through that 14 mark. Well, now this is getting, I mean, look, I mean, here on the monthly chart, 988, so around 10 on that monthly chart. Right here is the next area. Not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying there is where some resistance might be. Suppose we shouldn't lose sight of the IC. I mean, it's really... Selb is... it's just getting... It's getting so close. It just needs volume. No volume, though, guys. They're doing nothing. Like, there's just zero volume right now. Yeah, I'm going to be stubborn on the CLSN and just wait for this break here, see if it takes that out. All right, guys, I'm just watching the Selb again, keeping have my alert set for NTN around 308, 306, 308, that area, NTN. Not in. I could not take the ALP, and I couldn't chance it, guys. But good for you guys who took it. The people I'm waiting for are late. They're supposed to be here 20 minutes ago, so it could be any second, and there's no way I can take that trade. All right, just kind of cycling through a few bios to see whether or not. I think I mentioned this one earlier, MRSN. I think I mentioned it right around here. So it had a decent move. Yes, I did mention it. I was saying the relative volume is not good, but it didn't seem to matter. It just inched its way up, MRSN. Holly's not had a good day. A lot of stop outs. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break. SPY is, yeah, you're right. The SPY is drifting down. Another halt for you. Oh, sorry, it just resumed. U1 just resumed. Yeah, we're supposed to be here at my time. Well, at 8:30. My time, 8:30, 11:30. Yeah, guys. Okay, the IC is. I'd like to see some volume, but the IC is definitely putting a little bit of a move here. I'd like to see some volume though. You know, look at that in the fives. A little bit of volume coming in, but you'd like to see maybe a bar, one of these guys or one of those guys. And just pop it right through. A little too early for Christmas songs. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Okay, thanks so much. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna stop my YouTube feed. Thanks very much, Jamie. Okay, thanks so much. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna stop my YouTube feed. Thanks very much, Jamie.
Okay, I do believe I have the helm now. Hello, everybody. Nice little crowd we have in here today. So, giving Barry a little break for the live support session, which will go for an hour, starting a little early today. So if someone would be kind enough to use the chat panel, let me know you can see my screen and that my voice is coming through okie dokie. Hello, Jatinder. Oui, oui, bon appetit. I'm just going to go ahead and pop my chat panel out. Sometimes it likes to stall out here. Give it the old respawn. All right, do believe we're good to go. Believe I'm coming through loud and clear. So once again, just a friendly reminder, this is the 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. live support session. So if you have any questions about Trade Ideas Pro, any of its components, stop list, alert windows, compare counts, the AI, by all means, throw them out there. Don't be shy. Hello to you as well, Damien. Hello to everyone. Happy Thursday as we navigate a tricky market. Just taking a look at the SPY here. Acting like it was going to come down here and test this 20 period, as we did day before yesterday. But looks like we're wedging up a little bit here going into Friday. Watching an episode of Hannibal. Okay, all right. Kind of far out there on that one, Jatinder, but okay. Is it the voice, perhaps? I don't know. So, while we're waiting for some questions to pop in here, you know, what I'm looking at right now, what I've got on my screen is the All Trades plotter from the AI. And a lot of times when we get into these choppier markets, we get a lot more stop outs than normal. And we can see here 12 total signals. You know, if we look over here at the channel bar here, we've got 5 from 1.0, 2 from 2.0, and 5 from Neo. So a total of 12. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stop outs. So just to kind of clue everybody in how I'm looking, you know, what my numbers mean here. If I go to Tools and Options, we can see I'm risking $100 per trade. And if we glance down here at moderate profit, and I tell you what, let me see if I can find my EpiPen here. Been trying to get in the habit of using that thing. So let me just, my EpiPen, I mean my Epic Pen. Ah, I see. I see. The Hannibal was a reference to the red and not yours truly. Thank you. I'm very relieved now. All right, there's my pen. Let me put it in an appropriate spot here. So getting back to the point, we can see the totals over here all based around 100 shares per trade. And that's all hunky-dory, but a lot of the times we don't have the buying power to do 100 shares of every trade. That's why I wanted to show everybody these numbers are reflective of $100 per stop loss per trade. So, give me my pointer back here. Go ahead and sort by moderate profit. Now, based on $100 per risk, notice I can cycle through my risk modes down here on the strategies panel. Of course, if we're just holding everything and hoping for the best, we're up. But we had to sit some nasty wiggles down here to the tune of $700, which, hey, nobody really likes to do. Conservative is getting blasted because of all the stops. But look at moderate, okay? Still getting, you know, a bit red here and not a winning day. And this is a great time to bring up second entries. Because if we check out the panel here, yeah, this one got stopped out, LVGO right here. But look what it's doing now. And if we look at that chart real quick here, buy signal right here, and a quick stop out at this level right here. But then look what happened. Just hovered right around the stop area, and then we go higher for the rest of the day. So for my Brokerage Plus activity today, what I did is I always like to run Holly in demo mode, just to get a feel for what might be going on out there. And notice my P&L, and if I click on the Holly strategies, we're running everything in moderate risk mode, longs and shorts, but I've also selected re-entries on longs and shorts. So even though it's still down today, we're only down about half compared to not using re-entries. Just a while back, we were actually popping into profitability, so did have the opportunity to exit for something. But as you can see here, due to the nature of today, if you didn't take the cookies while they were passing the plate here, well, will we get another chance? Maybe, maybe not. But just kind of wanted to illustrate the benefits of second entries. And of course, on the other side of that coin, sometimes it works against you. It really is just based on the nature and activity of the day that is unfolding. But a good example today of getting stopped out only to have certain stocks go back through and work. In other words, the second mouse got the cheese today. The first one did not. And a hello to you as Mike, to you as well, Mike. Always good to see you. Kind of a little schizo market today. We go up, then we're coming back down, losing the 10-period fast line as we come chunk around down here, but just kind of, playing some technical ball 101 here. We got the wick from the day before, butting right up against that 20 period. So if we do get a little bit more selling come in, maybe we eke on down to here. But we'd have to see some volume coming in, and volume right now is anything but high. It is the exact opposite. On the SPY, we're not even at 0.8, and then look what's happening on the smaller time frames. We're basically taking a nap right now. Even 10-minute volume, just a little over 25% of normal. Less than 20 on the 5, and really sleepy on the 1-minute time frame. Good question, Jatinder. The question is, what is the VWAP stop on your Trade Ideas strategy window? So here we have the strategy window. We can see the stop loss for each and every strategy. And these, Sunrise Mover, buyer stepping in, selling strength, they're all using VWAP as the stop metric. Whereas these guys are using Smart Stop. Michael Noss, one of our in-house AI and backtesting genii, has been working to help enhance the stop variables here. So volume weighted average price on the stops for the ones that you see here. Of course, a lot of the times, well, some of the times I should say, they get very tight, okay? Which, check out the entry price here, 68.77, and the stop loss was 68.53. So that is literally a 24-cent stop on almost a $69 stock there. So a lot of the times they don't go tickle that stop area. But with a stop that tight, a stop out is, very possible. Which leads me to the point of watching stop outs on the AI. A lot of the times they'll just go down there and kind of hover right around the stop loss area, or maybe tickle it, and sometimes that can be really great entries, right? So if we're in this trade right here, 68.77, I mean, look how tight it is. We get the wick right here down below. That's always a good sign when that candle, that 15-minute candle, we're closing well above the 10 period here. We're wicking down just below the stop area. So in essence, there was plenty of time to still grab this trade. Once we saw it tickle that stop area and wick back up, that's a sign of strength. So we could have made an entry anywhere in this area and still enjoyed a nice little pop up there. All right, so Jatinder, if you're talking about adding this column stop loss, it should be available in your strategy window. So if we right click and go to columns, we can see over here I'm using it. So watch what happens if I remove it, push it back over here, it's gone. Now I just right click in the header, go back to columns, and find stop loss. These are all in alphabetical order. So if I just want to view that stop loss column, I'm just going to push it right back over, hit OK, and it should show up for you. The old U1. Okay. Urban 1, this is 1. And then we have also, I believe it's the same symbol, right? We got two different commons for U1. This thing's just been a monster over the past 3-4 days. And they are in broadcasting, which when you look at a chart like this, what comes to mind initially is it must be a biotech stock because a lot of the biotech stocks are doing this, but nope. This guy, Urban One Radio Networks, I guess they must have some really stellar programming. Let's check out your other symbol there, Mike. FAMI. Farmy. Fruit and vegetable canning. Ooh, what a cutting edge business. Small float on this one. We can see 4.69 million shares, and when the volume comes into these little guys, well, they really get lit up. Check out that relative volume number there. 267 at current levels. Volume on the 5-minute, almost 10x, about 9.26. Volume still kicking on the 5. Shares outstanding only 12.86, but only about a little over a third of that in the actual float. Okay, Jatinder, good. Why does UONE have two different symbols? You know what? Good question. What was the other one? The K? Float on this one is actually 17.5 million. Sometimes these are preferreds, but I'm not really sure what the difference is on this one. What do we got? 340. Much higher priced stock. Not really sure what the differences are on the K and just the regular U1. I think they're both NASDAQ. Yep. Not really sure off the top of my head there. Usually it would have something up here in the title if it's preferred or something other than Class C. But on that one, I do not know off the top of my head. Yeah, Damien. At first I thought you were making a comment. Oh, I see, but I realized that was a symbol, which has also been very active. And let's take a look at the IWM here. IWM still miles away from its new high, but we have been seeing, well, according to my perception, a whole lot of lower priced junk stocks ripping as of late. One would think that we would see the IWM a little closer to its highs, but that's not the case. But that's always a telltale sign, you know, that we might be getting ready for a little downside action. But of course, we never know how long this period might last. To muster a term from the olden times when Alan Greenspan was still the Federal Chair Reserve dude, irrational exuberance in the small caps or just in the overall market. But keeping in mind that the Qs just how many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 6 days ago, we're popping all-time highs. Well, I think the SPY's got a little more catch up to do. And considering what we've been through as of late, just the SPY being up here is pretty miraculous. It makes me think that the market knows something that the news ain't telling us, right? And that's a funny term in and of itself these days, news. Death, destruction, rioting, pandemics, but the market seems to be shirking all of that off. So once again, what does the market know that we don't? Go back to that IC real quick. What is the relative volume? See this nice healthy relative volume here? The thing is still banging. Usually only does 500,000 shares a day, kicking out almost 6.4 million so far today. So the volume is there, cracking over this little area back here on the daily, but also butting up into this little area right here that, well, actually we're well through that as well. Jamie, your eyes are playing tricks on you today. So if we had to pick something, maybe back here we run into a little, we've already popped through that, so just looks like this area right here is the area that's going to act as maybe some potential supply or some potential resistance. And of course, if we did pop into that area and get a little frisky, well, then we can just keep chalking up some lines as we just did there, setting up our own little potential pivot areas. Yep, Holly's having a rough day today. Happens. And of course, it's all depending on the risk mode and the share size that you're doing, because, when we look over here at the channel bar, 152, back out 50, up 100, back out another 50, up a smidge, but that's if we're trading 100 shares a pop, right? Big difference between trading 100 shares a pop and what I have going down here, which is risk 100 per trade and don't take re-entries. We're down about 600 bucks. That does not include commission. And we're still getting worse over here, even using re-entries, saving a couple $100. But, let's talk about this a little bit. When I'm watching my equity curve do this, we're in the money. No, now we're down again. Okay, now we're up nicely again. Now we're down again. On this third time, am I going to take some cookies or flat my positions or, bail for that small profit or maybe even a flat? More than likely so, if I'm paying attention, right? Especially in lieu of the day that's been unfolding, right? So once we see profitability 3 times, if we don't take the bets off, take the money, take the flat, well, the only person we have to blame is ourselves. Pardon me one sec here, ladies and gents. Just had to crack open a fresh bottle of H2O there. Yes, Mike, and if you didn't exit, grab the Tums. But kind of just a sleepy day unfolding here for the remainder. And just checking out the crowd here. Still got a nice little crowd in here. Surely somebody might have a question. Yeah, Jatinder, I don't know. I don't know why UONE has the UONE and then the K. let's see here. It's pretty much going to give me the same profile, and there's no indication in my single stock window what the difference is. Usually there might be a tag up here, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's up with the K series. I'm sure if you pulled up the magic Google machine, probably, let me just see if I can do that real quick here, just for giggles. UONE versus UONEK. The K makes me think that it used to be, might have been relegated to the pink sheets for a while. You know, let's check out the down here. It was just flopping around at 61 cents. So it just makes me think that it was delisted at some point. Maybe they did a secondary offering for the UONE. Speaking of secondary offerings or tertiary offerings, X announced that it would be doing a 50 million share offering. That's why we got the nice little gap down this morning. But it seems to be towing the line down here. Let's see, still just looking for information on the K. A Class D stock. And who knows, it could have went through a reverse split a long time ago, then they did that secondary offering or whatever. So, not really sure exactly. Right, A versus Class D shares. Thank you, Jason. Which, from a trading perspective, I guess it doesn't really matter as long as you're not holding long term on, you know, what the disadvantage might be to holding the K series. Let's see, the regular was down at $1.27. This one was down here at 61 cents. So, you know, huge gains regardless of what class you were in. Well, potential of huge gains. Let's just say that on the up and the downside. I would imagine that from a short perspective, probably was not a lot of stock that was borrowable up at these levels. And of course, stepping in front of that freight train while it was moving, looking back in retrospect, it looks very sexy, but you know, doing it in real time is a whole other matter. Reminds me of the South Park episode. I think that was the one with the talking cat. Jatinder, that's a quick coffee break, 2 minutes. My morning coffee routine is about the first 2 hours, just slowly ingesting massive amounts of good old Java. Speaking of Java, what's our favorite corporate Java store been up to lately? Yeah, not looking too bad considering everything. Let's look at the weekly. Nice bounce off the bottom. Everybody's got to have their milkshakes, which I think Starbucks probably sells more, what is that, Frappuccinos, otherwise known as a milkshake with a little bit of coffee in it. However, remember when LK went public and they're like, oh yeah, this is the Chinese version of Starbucks. And, you know, I'm surprised to see it flopping around down here in the sub 5 range when they were found guilty of cooking the books. And, you know, I'm squishing my weekly chart all the way up, and this is it, because it's not that old of an issue. They only came public, looks like back in May of last year. That's a pretty quick, well, it's a very short lifespan for everything that's happened to this stock. That's for certain. Right, the pod machines. I'm still the old-fashioned grind your own beans and use the old drip. Use the old drip coffee maker, Mr. Coffee. I hear there's more caffeine in drip coffee versus the espresso. Of course, there is more caffeine in the lightly roasted beans versus the dark. Coffee trivia there for you. The longer it gets roasted, the more caffeine comes out. Where can I see where shorts are held on stocks in TI? Great question, Stephanie. So let's focus on the single stock window here. Notice what I have right here. Grab my pen here. Short float. Now for some reason, oh, okay, I thought we were looking at Starbucks there, but we're not. But let's just go back to Starbucks. All right, so short float, 1.75% of the float is shorted on Starbucks. So, keep in mind this is just a filter. I'm just displaying it in my single stock window. But for example, if I took a alert window here, let's just say I wanted some additional information when these stocks were triggered, I could easily pop in here and find the short float filter. Keep in mind we also have short growth as well, but as far as total amount of the float that is short, if I show that column, then whatever symbol, assuming we're tracking the data for that symbol, should show up. So for example, Roku, recently on the upside warpath for today, 11.37% of the float is shorted on Roku. Sure. Let me find a window here that might assist us in explaining what a short squeeze is. This might be an old window, so we'll see if anything's on it. Okay, this is a window that Mr. Steve Gomez put together a while back. It's been a very long time since I looked at it. But what we're doing here is we're using some pretty simple filtering here. Let's just check out the filter set between 5 and 200. The short float has to be a minimum of 20%. And we're looking at very low float stocks. Or excuse me, this is the min side. So we're saying at least 1 million shares. Yep, let's see, where is that 10? What do we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1 million shares minimum. It's got to be in the upper 70th percentile of its year range and average daily volume of 300,000. And you might notice looks like the list is being sorted by percent of the float short. So Angie right now showing us that 86% of the float is short. Sounds a little high, but we got to trust it for now. And I think the short float is updated on a monthly basis. It's not like a real-time metric. I'm 90% sure that we're updating the short float every month. So this might have changed recently, but that's a pretty fat multiple right there. And the whole concept between regarding a short squeeze is, let's just take home for example. Okay, here we are meandering around this area of potential supply, and we're looking at the weekly right now, but that's good enough. So look at the next level that we might get up to if some volume comes into the stock. If we pop through this level right here and we get some traction and the volume comes in and this amount of the float is short, which this is still a pretty good short percentage, then what happens is that you have the normal buyers playing this little breakout up to this next level here, and then you have the short sellers piling in to cover. So we like to refer to it as throwing gasoline on an already burning fire. All right. You got the regular people coming in playing this break in hopes that we're going to gravitate up to this area up here. And then you have the short people, which they're short, and every up move is going to hurt them even worse. So they've got to cover before it moves too far against them. So in a classic short squeeze, you've got the regular buyers coming in, then you've got extra volume piling on top from the short coverings, and that really does just throw a bunch of tinder onto the fire and make that flame go a lot further and a lot quicker in a shorter amount of time. So that's the whole concept behind a short squeeze, is that you've got more than normal buying coming in, not just for the technical pattern that might be unfolding, but the short covering as well, and then you get bigger moves in a shorter amount of times. So that's why a short squeeze can be very fierce and quick. All right, so I tell you what, I can drop this window into the chat here for you. Let me just kind of expand these columns out a little bit, just so you see everything. Lots of columns here. So I tell you what, let's do a little house cleaning here. 1 minute volume is kind of ridiculous on a top list, and I don't, let's see, I've got to have a custom in there because 1 minute isn't native to a top list. There it is. Okay, I was like, my eyes are playing tricks on me. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of some of these columns before I drop it in there for you guys. Don't want any customs in there. This is also a interesting metric right here, days to cover, so we're going to leave that in there. Options volume, and we'll just dispense with the options volume. Another cool thing to point out is the days to cover. Let's see, there we go. So if there is a short squeeze on Mitch, right, then at average daily volume, what that's telling us is that it would take 17 days to cover, right? And that's average volume compared to how this number is tracking it. Of course, on short covering stocks, typically the volume is going to be higher, but this is just a good idea to give you an idea. Hey, if you caught the move at what you perceive to be the very beginning, how much run might you get out of this stock? And then you'd notice correlations between areas of potential supply. So I'll just leave it the way it is right here. And we'll drop this link into the window for you. All right, that cloud link is in there now. Let's see your other question here, Steph. For more than unusual buying going into a short. Okay, so on a short squeeze, we're not looking to short it. We're looking to take the other side of the coin, hoping that the short sellers that are already short are piling in on top of the normal volume to enjoy the upside. So we're not looking to short, we're looking to join the counter move. That's the whole point behind a short squeeze. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, of course, whether or not we choose to take the trade is going to be based on what the footprints or the longer term chart is telling us, right? So I'll tell you what, we'll just leave this on weekly and we'll just kind of scan the list to see if anything kind of jumps out at us. So for example, this Cyrex, let's see, short float percentage 26%. I can tell you when this area up here was breached, you know, we're probably starting to get some short covering on Cyrex right now because I'm squishing. Okay, now this makes sense. I was thinking that we were at all-time highs, but hey, obviously not. Which a lot of the times we have to go back a little further here But this is still kind of interesting because we're butting up against this area way back here. And, you know, anything, if this thing keeps going, and of course we had to crunch it up to monthly here. You know, if this thing gets some traction and we get above 32, well, you know, look all the way back here. That might be a nice pivot area. So if you're short Cyrex, if you haven't covered already during this little up move right here in the past couple of months, you're probably starting to get nervous, right? And when and if this area right here gets encroached on, you know, you might see a good number of the shorts start to cover. But when we're looking at short floats, obviously the higher the better. We're not seeing a whole lot above 40 on the list, but there are quite a few. Go back to weekly here. Of course, that's the bounce from the bottom. So, you know, a lot of the charts are going to look like this, and it doesn't make our jobs as traders any easier when everything took the severe bounce. You know, we have to have a period of consolidation going in channels before we can make a logical decision again. But keep in mind, if we really wanted to strip this window down, we could just come in here and go, you know what? I don't want to have all these other filters. Let's just find the stocks that are the most heavily shorted, and then just eyeball the charts and worry about liquidity from a manual standpoint, right? So if we get rid of that, we'll leave the 300,000 in there. We'll leave the float. We'll just crank up the short float a little bit here to like 35%. Maybe take this down to 200,000. And we can see the list changed here. Let me make sure one more time. Average daily volume. Min-max, short float of 35%. Okay, so now we have a lot more in the 40 percentile to take a look at here. And I can tell you right off the bat, a lot of these are going to be liquid names. Rigs coming in at 40.21. Gone. Tried to make a little run here, but got snapped back down. Same here. Because I can tell you this, shorts were very nervous when this area was getting encroached on. Had a nice little run, but then right back down again. So this very well could have been a short squeeze week right here as we came out of this little channel right here. APPN a little sloppy, but you know, triple banging up here. The Revolve group. Probably not going to be a lot of nervous Nellies until we get up to this area here on Revolve. Fairly young stock. Looks like it came public back in June. Is that all we got here? Yep. June 3rd, the week of June 3rd of the month. Hey, always happy to help out there, Stephanie. Load from cloud failure. Has anyone else tried to load that cloud link and did it work? Or invest? Just trying to figure out if it's just you that's having the issue, or is anybody else having the same fail to load? See, I think that's still in my cache here. Okay. Yeah, it was still in my cache, so I pasted it back in and loaded it, and it came up. Okay. A couple of other people saying that it worked. So in InvestCurve, are you on the client version, or just curious, are you on the web version? I really don't know why it would make a difference, but you never know. Or if you are on the client version, just try recopying the link. Sometimes I know that I get in a hurry and leave a letter off at the very end. Okay. So just try to recopy the link, file load from cloud, give it one more go. And if that doesn't work, I'll regenerate it and send it over. And if that doesn't work, here, just let me go ahead and spawn a new link. If that one's not getting the job done, maybe this one will. Yeah, well, the market's sleeping. I wonder what the... Yep, looks like the crypto markets are sleeping as well. It's kind of a sleepy day for all things traded. Hey, let's do a little experiment right quick here. I'm going to flip back over to the small exchange channel that we've recently created. And we started ingesting the small exchange data as soon as they opened. So day by day, we're building up the 60 some odd day history. So it'll be interesting once the history is full. Then we can start doing some back testing here. But on the most liquid instrument that they have, which is the small 75, let's just check out some correlations here real quick. Let's get on a 15-minute here. We're going to change this one to a 15-minute as well. We're going to unlink. We'll leave pre-market active, but we'll get rid of post-market. Okay, great invest. It worked. Very good, very good. And let's just do some comparisons here. Unlink this chart. Pretty similar action. You know, what I'm looking at here is the SPY. And of course, this is not the SPY. It's an index of what used to be 100 stocks. I don't know if they're going to leave Hertz in there or not, but it's the most active stocks from each sector over 5 of the sectors that they chose. And I'm just looking at the similarities here. Because obviously when the market goes up, this is going to go up, vice versa. So here's the SPY action today in 15. And here's the action in that little product today. So similar, but not exact, but very, very close. Why am I doing this? Well, because we've got things like compare counts that try to help us get a grip on what the action might be for the day. And so a good example of that is, I believe I had pretty high compare counts today. So let me take a look here. I want to say it was high 60s. Yep. 66% green on the SPY. Big cap stocks. My definition of big cap, market capitalization of 4 billion or higher. So we had pretty green counts after the first 15 minutes to the tune of 66%. Now, here we have the first 5-minute candle of the day right here, or excuse me, 15-minute candle of the day right there. And then even though it wasn't the biggest move to the upside, what do? We move from right about 311 on the SPY up to 312-ish, and then we came back down. So even though it wasn't a big move, it was a pretty good tell after the first 15 minutes. We're probably going to get some upside action. But volumes being what they were, it wasn't a very long lasting. Now, when we come over here and look, same thing. Opening 15-minute candle here. And if the top of that is right about 46.80 and we topped out at 47.54, not a bad percentage move on an instrument priced at this level. Okay, trying to trade the SPY, you're going to need a lot of buying power over here. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, you're also going to be limited if your account is under 25,000 to what, 3 trades a week, since you have to wait for settlement. But guess what, lower priced over here, and guess what, not subject to the pattern day trading rule. So you can make as many trades in this as you see fit. So it's going to be interesting to start executing some of these products, and hopefully that'll be for me next week. Just had to open up my Tasty Trade account and get it funded, and we're going to see what these guys are all about. It will be even more interesting once our history gets full of data, so we can start doing some back testing. Get back over here to yield default layout. All right, let's see here. A couple of questions popping in here. Yeah, so Stephanie, your question about the shorts. Well, yes, and you know what? It sometimes does that on longs as well. So let's just take a look here. Of course, the only difference between a short and a long is we're selling the stock first and hoping that it's going to go down. So, you know, like I said, there's two sides to that coin. Many times, but not all the time. Of course, the problem with a signal that goes up immediately is a lot of the time we don't have the time to get the same price or even close to the same price as what the AI is marking. Sometimes we do, other times we don't. If you're running the AI in auto mode, sometimes you'll get that price. But more times than not, what we're going to see here, and you know, I don't necessarily dislike this type of action here, but wow, that stop was, okay, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong line there. So perfect example here. We get the short signal right here on kids, and it doesn't go down. We get kind of a gravitation right up to that stop area, okay? And then we go sideways for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost an hour and a half before this thing makes its down move. So when I see things like this, okay, let's say Holly's in the trade, she's out of the money a little bit. I'll pay attention to that. I'll pay attention to how it's acting around that stop area. Did it go through it and wick, or is it just getting really close to it, but not, you know, not triggering the stop loss? Because keep in mind, this whole area right here, after the AI made the entry, it didn't get stopped out, but it's getting close. So when we see Holly down in a position, a lot of the times, the only time, you know, well, all of the time, the only reason we're being told about this stock is because the AI's made an entry. Now, just because it's down slightly is not necessarily a bad thing, because once we can scope it out, and of course, after an hour in the trade, entry bar was right here, 1, 2, 3, 4. An hour later, it's still showing a slight loss, but the trade is still open. We can think to ourselves, well, man, it's tested these areas once, twice. This is the stop area. Notice what was coming as this thing was unfolding. There's the 10 period right there, which a lot of the times, but not all the time, is going to act as the guiding hand. So we're thinking to ourselves, okay, the AI made an entry. It isn't working yet. But during this time right here, after we've seen this top, and then we see it topping out again right here and right here, we can think to ourselves, okay, timing, you know, sometimes it takes a little bit longer for these things to work out, right? Hey, we all love it when they go immediately, but a lot of the times these little setups that you're seeing right here are actually kind of better, because we've seen it kind of tempt the stop area. It's consolidating. So at this point here or here, we can actually get a much better price than the AI. We can short it at this level, which would have been 47.62. That's almost a full point better than the AI. AI's timing is just a little off as this event unfolds. So we could take less risk if we wanted to keep the same stop area and get a much better price. And then the trade works. Now what I really like about these setups, when the Holly trades go sideways, whether it's a long or a short, that's what I like to refer to as an auxiliary pattern unfolding on top of the AI signal, which is based strictly upon statistical probability. Hey, after the back test and the optimization was done, this event has this % chance of working. Sometimes the timing's a little bit off, as in this case. But seeing this pattern unfold for a good hour after the AI signal was generated, and we're not stopping out, and we can potentially get a better price and risk less, that's good in my book. Then we have this unfolding. So if we make that entry somewhere in this area right here based on what we've observed, this is a great time to add to the position as this, sweet little range break right here is being hit and the stock is continuing down. So we could have got a better price than the AI, taken less risk, and then also had a nice add-in opportunity as this area right here was broken for the remainder of the down move. And then we'd just be sitting here figuring out, okay, how much more room does this thing have in it? And of course we would need to consult the daily for that. Of course all this was bypassed in the gap down, and I mean this area right here is nice and choppy, which the party might be over for kids today, right? Maybe at a stopping point. But if you got it short up here based on the AI bringing it to your attention and plenty of time to react, and then added a little add-on right here and then covered somewhere down here, that's a very profitable, had the potential to be a very profitable trade. So what I've just described here is what I like to term a trade around, okay? Meaning you didn't mimic the AI exactly, but the AI brought it to your attention. We had a nice little consolidation period for an hour after the AI signal, and things just looked really good on several fronts. Everything from a better price on the short to less risk to another opportunity to press the trade here, tack on a little bit more size before, we get down to these levels right here. And of course the 50 period coming into play along with this area of potential support. Yeah, Walter, I was talking about this channel over here, the Small Exchange. The Small Exchange has launched new products that are technically futures products, okay? So we can see on this top list here, these are all the active products currently. And we can see the description right here. The most active one has only traded 304 contracts because we count these as contracts, but volume today is the good old boilerplate filter here. And what this is a blend of 75 stocks from the most active 5 sectors. And so what the Small Exchange is doing is they've created blends, okay, blends of stocks, right? So these are some of the first products that they launched: precious metals, dollars, futures, and the Small 75 index. So let me just see if I can get a little URL for you, which talks about the products here. So here I am over at the Small Exchange, and feel free to explore these on your own as well. These are the products that are being traded right now. And what I was pointing out earlier is, though it's not exact, that this SM75 mimics pretty much the S&P. Not exact, but close enough, right? Now, we all know that the SPY is very lofty in price. So if you're trying to trade the moves on the SPY, you've got to overcome the price factor, the fact that it's trading at $311 right now. You need quite a bit of buying power to get any size in there. And then you're also limited as to the amount of trades you can make because they treat ETFs just like a stock. So if you've got less than that 25K in there, you're subject to that pattern day trading rule, which only lets you make 3 trades a week before you have to wait for settlement. That is not the case with the smalls, right? Notice the action here. If I duplicate the chart and we unlink it, I'll just show you what I showed everybody else earlier. Well, we'll click on this one, and then we'll pop the SPY over here. 15. So, here we are looking at the SPY, opening candle here, run up, come down. Here we are looking at the 75 index, run up and come down. So, while it's not exact, close enough, right? Also the price, $46, and you're not subject to the pattern day trading rule. So even though they only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 products currently trading, this is just what they started with. So imagine in the future, what if they come up with the FANG index, the thing that's really pushing the NASDAQ to all-time highs, that overweighting in the high-tech stocks. Well, theoretically, you can make any blend of any stock, right, and not be subject to the pattern day trading rule. Which leads me, my mind starts going down these other paths like, okay, well, what if we wanted to create one that mimics Apple, just one stock? What if you threw Apple in there and then threw in some stock that never even moves and it mimics the price of Apple? Sounds like a workaround to me. So it's going to be very interesting moving forward as to what different types of blends get added to the product list that you see here. I mean, the possibilities are limitless at this point, which is very good for we trader folk because, hey, as long as it mimics something else that I can track, well, if I'm not subject to the pattern day trading rule, that's a good thing. So Walter, I hope that kind of shed some light on the small exchange. And on that same topic, we have added that under the exchanges tab here. Just like the NASDAQ or the New York or the pink sheets, there you have it right there, the small exchange. All right, just did a little time check here. We got about 7 minutes till the top of the hour here. And what I've just noticed here is I've got a pinned window hiding out back there, which is very interesting still, considering where we are in the market, what's been happening as of late. There's a lot of stocks on here that are well above their 10 period on their daily. There's the one we were talking about earlier, IC. Nice and lofty. Big O gap between it and the 10 period. Turkcell, I thought about shorting this one earlier. Wouldn't have got a lot out of it, which that's fine. I'm glad I didn't. SBLK. So these are all stocks that are experiencing some nice momentum. And if we notice interesting areas on the daily, typically what they're going to do, during the intraday as well, if we see a good area that we might want to play the stock through, it's well above the 10 period, at least 2% is what I think I've got programmed in here. Let me take a peek. There we go. At least 2% above on the daily there, or the 10-day. On the daily, telling us, well, the stock is definitely in motion. And then if we see something on the intraday that lets us make a nice cozy entry, we can also use that 10 period as a guiding hand on the intraday action as well. Can you move a window that works in one channel to another? Yeah, and I'll come back to Mitch here in a second, Stephanie. Okay, can you move a window that works in, so let me see if I got this straight, Invest. You find a window in a channel that you like, so you want to capture that window, then make it part of your default layout. Is that a good guess? If I'm right, then it's pretty simple. So let's just say we go to the Trader's Vault. And I'm checking out all the windows here. And I end up liking, let's see here, Andy's window, random acts of violence. Let's say I pulled this up. I'm like, hey, I like the signals coming through here. I'd like to capture this window. So all we have to do is right click and save it to my cloud, like so. And then boom, you've got the window. It's been saved to your cloud. So then I go back to my default layout. And then I want to spawn that window that I just saved and find a nice little home for it. So then I would go File, Load from Cloud. It's going to be right up here at the top. So then I click on it, hit Load. It's going to pop up. Then I just have to find a place where I want it to stay. Once you park it where you want it to be, then you just come over here, File, Save Layout. As long as you're saving your default layout, then next time you boot up the software, that window's going to show up right where you left it. So assuming I was right in what your question meant, that's the way that you do that. Okay, so back to the Squeeze Me window and what's going on with Mitch. Okay. All right, so let's go back to weekly on Mitch here. Okay, so Mitch has also been coming through. Was it coming through my all-time highs? I think it should have. Or Spot was hogging up most of the action earlier. In any case, okay, look what Mitch is doing. This is the weekly chart that I have, and let me just double check monthly as well. Okay. Whoops, that's not Mitch. That's why I was like, what in the world? Okay. Here's the monthly chart on Mitch, okay, confirming that we are indeed breaking out to all-time highs. So this number here looks really high. But even if it was, I mean, at first glance, I almost have a hard time believing that almost the entire float is short. That seems really high, 93%. But let's just assume that the short float is really high, no matter what. You know, after this 1, 2, 3, 4, let's see. Now we go back to daily. I mean, it's had a nice little run, and now it's encroaching on all-time highs. So if you're short this stock, you got to be nervous. And you probably need to be covering depending on where your short price point is. Once again, short float percentage is very slow to update. I would guess if this hasn't updated recently, that next time it updates, that number might be a little lower. But I mean, this is a classic short squeeze, even piling on at all-time highs. Because if you've been short Mitch and it's popping up to all-time highs and it's doing decent volume, you know, you've either lost all your hair, or you're about to, or you've taken a big hit. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, ladies and gents, we're back at the top of the hour here. Let me see if Barry's ready to take the helm back. All right, looks like he's ready to come back in. So I just want to thank everybody for popping in here. Hope you got something good out of it. And I want to say short float is updated monthly, but don't quote me on that. I'm 90-something% sure, but it's just been a while since I thought about that metric. So anyway, hope everybody had a good time. Here comes Barry, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. One, two, three. See you later.
All right, guys. All right, first of all, did you lose the screen sharing? And you probably lost me for a bit there, right? Is the screen sharing back? And you can hear me. Okay, sorry, I hit the wrong button. This is okay. Blurred. It'll be blurred to start with. Okay, it should start to get better. It's sort of like YouTube. You know how when you get sometimes you click on a YouTube video, and then the resolution comes in. Okay, so it should be good now. Well, let's see now. 12:58. So it'll be if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be open at 1:03 plus 34 seconds. And as we speak, 7:48, 7:48. So it's not really. It had been stacking up at 7:80, 7:80. All right. Okay. Good. Thank you, Jamie. Thanks for coming a little bit early. Welcome back, I guess, me to the YouTube feed. Yeah, so you have to see. I mean, this is not the 100% indicator, of course. I mean, it could do anything, but and if it is that halt, there it is. Okay, so what did it do? So nothing yet, guys. Nothing yet. All right, I am kind of keeping an eye on PRVB to see if it can. It's just sort of resting here. I could take this trade. If it gets back into the 1630s, there was the original alert right here for it at 1596, and go neon go. Look at it go now, guys. After that brief, it'll probably get halted again. You see, it'll easily get halted again. Maybe not. It's pulling back. If it kept going through 9, I'm almost sure it would have halted again. And just gonna keeping an eye on this to see if it gets halted again. When you say the halt level, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, there's where the stock gets halted. You can see that. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. All you have to know, you just have to have this. The halt resumes. It tells you exactly when it got halted and the time.
Pam, you want to go for a break? Got some fours.
And it's one of the scans I'm sharing. The halts resume, so you can have it if you are a subscriber. I mean, that's a heck of an alert. I mean, I don't know. 709 could have got it there. It's 863 right there. I like this one, except for the spread. Look at this stupid spread for NIU. It's not good. 1398, 1412. I do like it, but the spread is just, it's hard to trade. This is an all-time high. If the spread caught up, there's the alert at 1401. All right, PRVB guys, on the move here now. PRVB. Well, no, you cannot predict it because it's math, right? If it goes up a certain amount in a certain period of time, I mean, I suppose you could predict that. You go crazy though. I mean, it's 10% or something. You'd have to look it up exactly the levels, but if it goes up too fast, a certain percentage in a certain period of time, then it gets halted. Now, we don't know ahead of time that's going to happen. So, for instance, you could only say, well, the next halt price would be this only if it reached it in this time, in a certain time. Does that make you see what I'm saying? Well, you can look it up. I don't know if there's a specific formula. I know I think it's 10% gain in a certain period of time. I might be wrong with the percentage, but I'm surprised the spread is so bad for this NIU. I mean, it's got decent volume. It's not a low flow, 56 million. It's got decent volume, but the spread is just, it keeps people out of the trade. What are you going to do? I mean, you can maybe try to get in between 1398 and 1410, but it's just not what you want to see. I'm afraid to look. Oh, wow. No kidding. I'm somewhat kicking myself too. Well, I kind of said maybe this could, because look, the press release looked awesome. I mean, 60 million for sure. No ifs, ands, or buts. $60 million to them. And it's, they're only 5 million in the float. And then with the further, I mean, the big attraction, of course, is down the road, maybe 850 million. But the 60 million up front, I mean, that's shows some good faith with ABBV. That's their partner in this. Okay, PRVB, come on. Now, let me see here. The high of the week was 1718. All right, so something to shoot for, I guess. Not saying it's going to get there, but okay. Okay, now so Neon had the big pullback, and what did it get to? 868 or so, 868, and it came all the way back. I mean, it was $1 that it dropped, and now it's starting to move again over the whole number. I mean, it's a pretty interesting press release. Schnitzer Steel, one of my favorite names. Schnitzer Steel, 1805, but there is the 200-day moving average right above it, 1839. Okay, so that could be a real blockade for it. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, PRVB and Ovid. What is Ovid doing? Ovid is coming back now too. Starting to get more interesting now. Look at PRVB. Just took a little bit of patience. There was the alert, 1596, 1666 right now. Getting close to the high of the week. Well, still got 60 cents to go. Still loving this. The basic new highs. Lots of great opportunities today again. Yeah, I like the Ovid, but it'd be a chase right now. A little bit of a chase. Let's see if it takes out the high 760 and just runs from there. Still has room on that monthly chart. Haven't seen Lee for a while. Lee, that's that little oil. Oh no, I'm thinking of another one. What am I thinking of? Newspaper. Okay. I was thinking of another one. Well, listen, I'm going to continue to look at the NIU. I mean, look at this weekly chart. I mean, it's an all-time high. If the spread got decent, I'm going to stick an alert around 14.17. If the spread got decent, the only thing is we got these topping tails. So remember, guys, this is the kind of the reverse is what we were talking about earlier with the bottoming tails. Buyers tried, they got it up to this price. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. There's a little wee topping tail forming here. But eventually the buyers will give up. They'll say, you know what? You guys can have control for a while. NCAL. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, I mean that's a big move here on volume. I mean, there's a lot of volume. Oh, well, I thought maybe Neon might keep going, but maybe not. Maybe that's it. I mean, look at those topping tails there. Buyers tried several times. This is not shortable for me. All right, guys. Well, just kind of biding my time now. Yeah, U.S. Concrete. It's on my watch list. Hasn't triggered because, well, it won't trigger. It probably won't trigger because it's not. It's got to take out yesterday's high. Probably won't do that. But good volume, great volume coming into USCR. Okay, guys, well, Schnitzer is getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Yeah, Billy, if you go to the tool, this is only if you have the app, okay, not on the web-based version. So, Billy, do you have the web-based version or the app? Okay, so if you go to, so hopefully you can see my screen. If you click on Tools, and then External Linking. Okay, you following? Just want to make sure you're following. I know there's a delay in it. Okay. So then when you click on add a link, just follow the instructions. It says while keeping this window active, basically just put your pointer right into the order entry of Interactive Brokers and then press down on the shift key. When you do that, you'll see this window. It'll say current link window. The only other thing you have to do is you have to pick this rule. Okay, so this is a big drop down menu. And one of the rules is Interactive Brokers Live, okay? Once you pick that rule, you're good to go. You now have a connection between Trade Ideas and Interactive Brokers. Okay? So now when you click on an alert, it'll load into the order entry. Hey, no problem. Yeah, it's a big time saver, no question. I mean, we can do that with many brokers. So those of you out there wondering, can you do it with your broker? More than likely. It's just a big time saver, not having to, just being able to click on an alert and have it load into the order entry. So just not having to type in symbols all day long. Every day this seems to do something, this RVP, but the relative volume, it is just not. Yeah, you can do it with Lightspeed. I can't tell you exactly how, but if you are interested, what I would do is go to our homepage, and there should be a script of some sort. Just start a live chat and say, hey, how do you, well, don't say hey, but how do you connect, or how do you do the external linking with Lightspeed? I mean, you can try right now, just see if, just by going into the order entry and doing what I did, but there might be another rule or some other trick, I don't know. The big difference, someone was asking? Oh, okay. Well, the big difference is obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but it's the AI. If you have our premium service, it's because you want the AI. Just give me a moment here. Where did it go? Might have accidentally shut it. Boy, you got to concentrate. And it has not had a great day, no doubt. But I mean, this is the AI. Basically, you have the entry price, you have a stop price, and you can manage your trades. It just automatically fills up as the day. You load it at 9:30. Wait for the alerts to happen. That is the same thing, Gerardo. That's it. You have a tough name to say, because I know it's like Gerardo. Same thing with Thinkorswim. Go to the homepage. I know that you're supposed to start Thinkorswim in run as administrator mode, and the same with Trade Ideas, but there's another little trick. So go to the homepage and ask, okay? They'll send you a script of some sort. Well, not here. You won't see it here. You're talking about in the drop down. Yeah, you won't see it here, I don't think. No, they do have it there. You can try it. I don't think it works though. I think it's really old. I wish we would just get rid of it. But there are people in the trading room that certainly have linked to Thinkorswim. All right, guys. So obviously I'm out of the PRVB. Made a little bit of money on it, not a huge amount. I'm out of the PRVB. So at this point, I'm out of everything. I did get rid of the Cloudera, so I have nothing to show right now in terms of being in a trade. Well, guys, listen, if a Schnitzer breaks through that 200-day moving average, I mean, it may have a run. I mean, the high looking left is about 1845 after that. So, I mean, it could have a nice run.
You need another one? Yeah. No problem, I can grab them because I left my marker somewhere.
It's funny, I have no issues with IB, Walter. But I'm a pretty simple user of it. I have to admit, I don't dive into it that much. I've had it for 3.5 years. I think I phoned them once in the first week, and I haven't had to talk to them again. It basically never disconnects for me. I mean, every now and then you get that little disconnection every now and then, but I'm talking about it never freezes. It's never frozen up on me or booted me out or anything. Yeah, so from the toolbar, tools, external linking. And then where it says add a link, just click on add a link and then follow the rules. Follow these rules and put your mouse pointer in the order entry box, and then when you do that, then hold down the shift key. You'll see this will change. I don't want to do it because I'll lose my link. I've tried this before as a demo and I just lose my link. I have to reload IB and all that, so I don't want to do it. It may not happen this time, but I just don't want to do it. Okay, but once you do that, then you just use this rule, Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, you click on the rule and check Interactive Brokers Live. Well, okay. Now, in terms of that, I understand. I do understand, Walter. Um, yeah, I mean, at the very beginning, yeah. Guys, I mean, thank you, by the way, whoever mentioned Cry, who said you could not short Cry. I was amazed to get the short. The reason being, and it was easy, even though it was down about 12% when I got in. I'm trading on my own now, guys. You know, you can. But this came from the basic new highs and lows, right there, Cry. I mean, look at this move. But it was an instant fill, even though it was down over 10%. I had an instant fill. I threw it in there kind of as a, not a stink bid exactly, but I threw it in wondering if I'd get it. And yeah, I got it at 1955, and I've already covered some. And the second I got it, and then all of a sudden, you know, this is text to voice, and she was crying in my ear. Well, but it's the uptick rule too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're right. If I really, but the uptick rule this time didn't nail me at all. Wow. So guys, I gave you this yesterday. You can have it. Basically, it's just the reverse of the basic new highs. New highs. This is the basic new lows, no repeat, which I really wasn't paying that much attention to, but I decided to throw it up yesterday, and it gave. I can't remember what it was. It gave that the case. I think it started with a K. Okay, Can Trader. Wow, another halt though, but on the way up. Amazing. What's the other one doing? Okay, so it is actually following suit. It, you know, at least it's giving that green candle, and it is not halted, guys. This could be interesting. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. In theory, yeah, in theory, you would think so. The demo is really not good, Jimmy. I'll tell you that right now. We have no charts. It's a 20-minute delay. It's you know, I think we may even scrap the demo, to be honest. I know it's still listed on our homepage. Okay, guys. Well, that was. I was waiting to see if it could take out. Whoa, on the way down now. Let's see. No. That's wrong. Ovid, on the way up again. Ah. Oh my goodness. It's not getting slow now. Okay, so Vamsi, when you say how does this work actually, are you talking about Trade Ideas itself as a program? I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so we're using Trade Ideas to generate ideas all day long. You can set up your own scans, or I share a lot of scans. These are all real time. When you're in the room, you can see how we use the program. So I mean, these are all real-time scans. So in other words, for instance, basic new highs and lows as an example. Yeah, but the room is not so much that my telling you what to buy and buy all day long. Okay, guys, EPZM. But you notice here EPZM. So I might talk about a stock. I might get into it. Usually, if I'm talking about a stock, I'm saying I'd like to get in at this level, and then of course it's up to you if you want to take the trade. But I'm always talking about the daily, weekly, monthly, because most of my trades, most of the things I look at are already making new highs or new lows for the day. And so all I'm worried about then, not worried, but I want to see, okay, don't have to worry about intraday resistance. Where could this keep going to? Where could it stall based on the longer term time frame? So are you a Trade Idea subscriber, Vamsi? Oh, okay. Okay, what I'd like you to do, if you can come into, I know it's a little confusing, but there's sort of a, you're in the YouTube feed, which is fine if you just want to hear me and see my screen. It's difficult for me though to give you links to all the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click on that link and come into the room, this is the room you'll see, and then up here scans that I share, download, things like that. It's easier for me to do that here. So if you can come into the trading room, then I'll be able to share a lot of things with you. I think, yeah, EPZM, same sort of thing as CRY. Interesting. I'm seeing some of these stocks that are moving down, and you think, but I'm looking at the market moving up. Not that is, they're obviously not trading with the market, but. Okay, wow, that was fast. That was very fast. I don't understand why people have a tough time coming into the trading room. No, you deserve a gold star. Okay, so here is where I'm sharing all my scans. So if you click on the scans tab, here are all the scans that I'm sharing, okay? And you can pick and choose. But if you want to see them all at once, and click on that Room Drive icon, looks like a half open folder. If you click on the download link, it'll go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at all the scans at your leisure. And then if you wanted to load one, all you have to do is copy the link, and then file, load from cloud, and then paste that link in here and then load it. Okay? No problem. And this room is like this every day, as long as it's Monday to Friday, not Saturday and Sunday, and from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, this is not as noisy, and nothing I can do about it. We're having some unfortunate renos taking place in our house, and it'll be like this until at least next Friday. The room drive, yes, the link is the same. Are you talking about to get into the trading room? Once you've created your username and password, yeah. You always have to go to the home page or the link. Just save that link. Yes. All right, guys. Okay, so Haroon, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Or, oh, by the way, if you're new, I should always pop this link in. If you're new to the room, and even if you're not, or new to Trade Ideas, these 20 short video lessons are excellent, okay? They're going to show you, how to create go over a lot of the very basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. What are multi-strategy windows? They're very short, quick, to the point videos, okay? So I can actually pop that in here too, Haroon. Are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? Even if you're not a subscriber, you can see how to do things. But basically, so you're not a subscriber. I'm assuming you're not a subscriber, right, Haroon? Okay, so just as a very, very quick and dirty, basic new highs and lows. So I've set up a scan that, here are my filters I'm using. Prices between 1 and 20. Current volume is 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times as normal. Minimum 300,000 shares. Has to be up at least 4% or down 4% from the previous close. And this count means it has to have made at least a new high or a new low 60 times, okay? If all that happens and a stock makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. So, that's just an example of a scan that I've set up. And of course, you can let we have lots and lots of filters and alerts, so you can set up your own type of scanning. And of course, I'm sharing everything too. And there is a promo code in case anybody wants to take on a subscription. And, the room is like this all the time. So we want people to be very comfortable about, purchasing the product. Now, we have monthly plans, a standard monthly. You can always try us out for a month. And, if you don't like it, well, you just, it's not a contract or anything. It's just a month to month. So just cancel before the next month starts, and that's it. Guys, what's coming back is NTN. So let's see if NTN has any oomph left in it. No volume though. Want the big volume bar. And of course, the other thing I should also obviously mention, if you're a new trader, this is our trading simulator, okay? So Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, it connects to our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you've got, connects to our real-time data, and you can practice trading. So let me just see if I can find one that might be interesting to practice trade on. I mean, I could practice on anything, of course. I'm just trying to find something that might make a little bit of sense to if I really were going to take it. Of course, now I can't find anything. I almost should put something here, though, guys, because I know people coming in wondering what the heck is all this background noise. So, okay. Okay, Eric, so here's the link for it. Okay, here's the link. Well, you shouldn't. No, you should. If you want to invest curve, if you want to interact with more traders, you should be. You're in the right room in here. Okay, you're in the right room. If you want to interact more with more traders, and I can easily hand out links. Okay, so I would just stay in here. I would disconnect from the YouTube feed. Also, you don't want to have both. You don't want to have audio on both, or otherwise, I believe you get an echo. So, number one. Yeah, I haven't seen Salem today. That was another crazy one a couple of days ago, or even yesterday. 2 days before it gave it all back. Okay, let me take this one, okay? Just maybe I'll help you along here, Best Curve. I'll take this one. I can go in right at the market because the spread is 166, 167, so I'll go right in at the market. I just took 300 shares right at the market. There it is in the simulator. I can put a stop in. I mean, obviously, would I take this trade right now? No, because I mean it's so extended. But I just want to demonstrate how easy it is. And now I can put a stop in. Let's put a stop in at the bottom of that candle right there, say. So I can just right click, add a stop order, put it in at $1.50. So I've added the stop. And notice the stop appears now right on the chart. I can move that stop up and down wherever I want it. Okay, afterwards. If I did want to put in a target, I could add a target order. So let's just put, $2. I mean, this is just demoing this, how easy it is to do it. And there it appears. See on the daily chart, you can see it. So if I let this run just now in auto, if it got down to 150, 146, it would take me out for a $64 loss. And if I let it run up to $2, it would take me out for a $97 gain. Okay? And of course, these lines can be moved at any time. So what I suggest, people ask about trailing stops all the time, and I would use it right on the chart. Why would you put an artificial trailing stop of some percent or some dollar figure? Why wouldn't you use the chart to tell you when you should get out of a trade? Now, if you wanted, you can do all that and trade a live account if you have an interactive broker's account. Okay, it's the only thing that only account or brokerage that this module works with. So you can actually trade your live account, do exactly what I did, and even more things. If you are interested, if you do have an Interactive Brokers account and you wanted to use this to trade, I'm going to give you a link. Boy, this has really helped me not having to explain this over and over and over again every day. There is a great video that Michael Noss did, our absolute IB/B plus Brokerage Plus expert. Put together a really great video going all the ins and outs about using Interactive Brokers and this Brokerage Plus. I think you're talking about the day before. Who mentioned that? I think you're talking about the day before, Carp. It wasn't yesterday. It was the day before. Day before yesterday. Wow. I'm not in cry anymore, unfortunately, but it is now breaking down again. Yeah, this would have been okay. Also, 1860, if you got it approximately there, and it got all the way down to 18 before it, beautiful, what a bounce. But cry, 1961. It did, that's kind of, well, I got in up here, took some out here, and that got me out completely. But it still looks kind of alive here. Now, of course, I don't have to wait for that stop price. If I don't, if I don't like the way it's trading, I have my stop at 146. If I don't like the way it's trading, again, I just use this as a demo. How easy it is to use this as our real-time paper trading, and this is part of our standard service. Yeah, that doesn't look good. I mean, obviously the Hertz. I mean, the whole thing in question, I think, didn't they? At first I thought it was $1 billion. Then I saw $500 million. But I mean, the whole thing is in question. I can't believe the SEC is going to allow it to go through, but we'll see. Well, Harold, if you're talking about, yeah, too many, this is why I've created my watch list up and down also, okay? If you click on new channel bar and then Barry's watch list, you'll get these 3 windows plus a chart or 2, okay? And what I've done is I've created a watch list for people just to watch all day long. It'll be a very low number of stocks. So for instance, there's the SELV at 286, got to 317. This really hasn't moved. The AXDX, I think, moved not too badly. Yeah, I mean, AXDX at 1248 got up to 1290. I don't know if the IMUX has really moved. I mean, are they all rocket ships? Of course not. So this one got halted a little bit. Oh no, this got halted on the way down. MEWA, that got halted on the way down. A multi-day former runner. Look at NTN, guys. NTN might give us that little burst again. NTN. Remember, it got up to 450, 350. Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that, Ann. Is there a way to get a multi-day former runner? I mean, I mean, we have position in range filters, so you can see stocks that are, say, at the top of the 20-day range or the 5-day range, things like that. And so those are, but if you're talking about a multi-day former runner that maybe ran a month ago, that might be a little bit difficult. But if it's relatively, because we do have all these position and range filters that you can say, okay, show me something that is, maybe at the high, 5-day high, like a 5-day runner, but maybe at the low of the 20, if that makes sense. So something that was running 20 days ago, but is now starting to perk up because it's at a 5-day high. Things like that. I mean, it's experimental to a certain extent. I've actually not had that question before, to be honest, so I can't, off the top of my head, just think of something. All right, what did I say about old Schnitzer? There's that 200-day moving average, 1839. So what did it get to? It got to 1830 or so. 1830 or so. And I said that could really block it. And as we speak, it has blocked it. You too, Thomas. Oh, I'm supposed to be in a marketing meeting. Just a minute. Okay, just a second. Just one moment, please. All right, I'm going to put myself on mute, guys. I'm supposed to be in a marketing meeting. It started at 2, ran away from me. Just a second. So I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay, so lead don't follow. I mean, really, there's nothing to. You're talking about. Are you talking about something about the AI or Holly about a tutorial? No. Okay. What are you talking about? If you're talking about, we have a great little great link for you probably. If you're brand new to the program, 20 short video lessons. All right. Now, when you say on the graphs, are you talking about our charts? Well, I mean, there's really not that much to it. I mean, you just open a chart. We have these time frames that you can pick from. There's some markup, horizontal lines, text, trend lines, things like that. There's not really much to the graphs. But what specifically, and there's only two things you can do in terms of linking. You can either have them linked so that you see all these stocks or all these charts are linked together. So when I click on a symbol, all these time frames change, and obviously the SPY doesn't because it's unlinked. I mean, it's really pretty basic. Not really much, there's not really much more to the charts than that. I would just kind of experiment a little. Okay, it does cost though. It's $99 for the one-on-one training. Okay. I would try to take advantage. I mean, depending what you're looking for, but I mean, in the room you're in, the YouTube room, from 12 to 1, you can ask a lot of questions. Okay. The different trainers come in from 12 to 1, Monday to Friday. But I mean, if you do want to schedule a one-on-one, I mean, it is available. I can give you a link for it if you really do want to. All right, let me see if I can get that link now that I said that. I'm hoping. Just give me a moment here, okay? Just want to see where that link is. So just give me a moment here, okay? All right, I'm going to go to let's see, I'm going to go to the training link. So I want to see if it's here. Yeah, book a one-on-one training. Okay, good. So I'll give you the link for it. Okay, so when you click on that link, you'll be brought to this page, okay, and you see where it says book a one-on-one training class. You can do it right there, all right? I would probably, though, I mean, before you do that, though, I would probably, watch some of the videos. And from 12 to 1, I mean, you can ask me questions too. I mean, I'm trying to do some trading. But from 12 to 1, Monday to Fridays, in the room you're in, you can ask a lot of questions. Okay, so are you talking about here in the alert windows? For instance, I've got yellow, I've got green. Is that what you mean, Lee? Okay, so that's pretty simple. Right click, properties, select colors. Just a palette here. Okay, so this is the background, bullish alerts. Okay, I've chosen green. You can choose anything you want. And here's my foreground is white. And here, background, on bearish. Whoops, on bearish, I've chosen yellow, but of course you can choose whatever you want from the palette. And again, you can choose, I've chosen black as the foreground. Okay, I mean, you just have to experiment and to see what you would like in terms of a color combination. Okay, did you get that, or did I go too quickly? So right click, properties, select colors, and now just pick and choose the colors you want by clicking on this is the background, this is the foreground, and the palettes will show up and have at it. Okay. It's different. Yeah, it's a little bit different in a multi-strategy window. Look at Cry. Man, I almost got back into it. It's a little bit different in a multi-strategy window. Let me bring one up. I don't have one up and running, so I'll just bring one up. Okay, so what you're talking about is being able to, basically you're just picking the strategy. So right click. Now you have to go into the individual strategy. Okay, so when you right click and then where it says strategy, hover over, find the strategy you want, hover over, and then it says colors. And now you can do the same thing, background and foreground. Okay? You have to do it obviously for the individual strategies. Okay, so PRVB. It's kind of, I was hoping maybe it would pop from here, but not yet anyway. Yeah, Adam, I noticed 1021. Yeah, this showed up on the basic. Well, it's not showing up on yours. Again, I'm running them. I'm running these concurrently with a count of 30 and a count of 60. I'm just testing all this. it will probably a little right. Well, probably now it does. I'm sure now it does. This is stuck here, of course, at the original alert. So now I'm sure it does. Boy, this NTN has been all over the place. Look at NTN, just all over the place. Chop, 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 chop. Maybe now, I don't know. Yeah, don't ask me to explain every one of those, okay? You would what you mean the whole idea of the trader's vault is to maybe take a look at the individual scans and see what scan you might like. Not unlike what I've done here. You know, all the scans I've got, you know, I could have put these into a trader's vault as such, but you know, you kind of pick and choose weak stocks down. Maybe that might be interesting as an example. No, I don't know, it was my wife. Somebody might have sneezed. No, I don't think it was her. Oh, a little break here for BRMK on volume. BRMK on volume. Look at this. Got some has some room too. Look at BRMK has some room. What's the yeah, good volume. So I mean, it took a long time, but I mean, ABM eventually, you know, it was the only one that really was decent from the AI today. ABM, a little more expensive, up 7% now. All right, guys, I am going to change. What time is it? 2:40. I'm getting close to the end. I'm going to change my headset. So I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. All right, I'm back. All right, PVRB. Wow, this cry. Look at cry. So there was the original alert right there, cry. 1261, almost there's over, sorry, 1961, there's over $1. I'm almost liking this one as much as I'm liking the new highs. I'm not in the cry anymore. All right, PRV maybe trying to crawl back here. It's an erratic trader today, though, that NTN. You know, compare it to. Let's see if I can bring up a 15-minute chart. You know, remember this day here? Look, I mean, look how beautiful that was at the end of the day. That's 2 days ago. Beautiful. Just absolutely rip high, 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 high. Today it's just chop. Traders Vault is just one of the channels. If you go to the channel bar, or if you click on new from the toolbar, click on channel bar and Traders Vault. Somewhere down here. Where are you? Probably already gone by it. It's one of the channels anyway. There it is, Traders Vault. You click that. Now, remember, everything here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay? But you'll see a lot of little scans in there. Wow, cry, cry, cry. And this is now not an all-time low, but let's take a look at the low right there. And of course, a couple of months ago, 3 months ago, the low was around 12 something. Yeesh. Okay, Jimmy. So when you say you're having trouble connecting to IB, are you talking about from our toolbar, from the toolbar, and then using our external linking tool, or are you talking about with Brokerage Plus? So are you talking about connecting IB from using our toolbar and our external linking tool? All right. I am going to suggest, because you should watch this anyway, if you're trying to connect, that probably means you want to trade your account, right? So I'm going to you should watch this video that Michael Noss did. He covers all aspects of Brokerage Plus and IB. Okay? And I'm pretty sure what you're asking for will probably be answered in there. But I encourage you to watch the video, because if you're going to start trading using Brokerage Plus and IB, you really should watch that video. It goes all the ins and outs of it, okay? You have to have the pro version, yes. Yeah, PRV did not sustain itself. Sorry. Yeah, IB does not allow that. It's not that we don't want to, but we'd love to be able to do that, but they allow us to do it with their pro version, but not their light version.
These thicker or shorter? These thicker or shorter?
Yeah, you would think that eventually this is going to follow. You would think. Now look at Carve. Look at Carve now. Carving out a new high of the day. Remember yesterday it got up to 23. man. What's happening with Cry anyway? Ah, launches a convertible debt offering. That's the reason it's getting slammed right now.
This, like a tan cream color, beige. Cream color. This is my coffee after I put cream in it.
Yeah, Celsian did not. This. Oh man. Well, there's a red bar ignored right there. So that if you could have seen that one right there at $11. Wow, what an alert that would have been. 11.79. Guys, this U1 okay? I mean, if the other one is just ripping, let's see if this finally starts to really catch up here. I mean, it hit a high of 430 during the day. Let's see if this catches up to U1. My goodness, I mean, the high of 2 days ago was 40. Huh. What's the high of 2 days ago for this one? Well, the high yesterday was 6. The high 2 days ago was 448 or 450. The high yesterday was 7. You too, Zach. Thanks for all the contributions as usual. And you too, Real, of course. Yeah, I mean, it still has room. What was the high today or in the week? Probably today, yeah, 625 or so. This could really start to move. Also, IC. All right, guys, so I will be shutting down at 3. just doesn't want to. What's U1 doing? Is it following suit or not? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, I just got halted on the way down. You were absolutely right. Got halted on the way down. Hey, you're more than welcome. Yeah, go Bruins. Well, as always, though, I'm going to be watching some of these late day ones and see if anything pops in here. One moment, please.
I guess if, the movers aren't able to put everything in, they can possibly like put the larger couches onto dollies and just wrap it really nicely.
Okay, so that doesn't get us, yeah, because it's just sign it seems that we need to wait.
All right, so this is just popping in here. PGNX, PGNX. Now, the only issue I've got with PGNX,
Keep a, like,
well, I got a lot of issues. Look at that. There's the 200-day moving average. That's too bad.
or getting.
200-day moving average is right there. So for PG, if it can pop through that,
Yeah.
Oh, I
even then though, it's only got maybe to 480. So I'm not too interested in that one.
My brother also have to keep an eye on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And do you need access to that fridge that's in your garage, or?
Well, no, I don't think so. We order food. I don't think so. But we probably need it for maybe the weekend when we
Oh,
are
okay.
starting.
So we'll just leave a path and then a little
Yeah.
space to open the doors in.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay. Oh, look what's happening here.
Tried to get a short on Sangamo. It showed up here at 944. Try to get a short at 940. 941, I'm sorry, it won't fill me. 13 down 13%, so that uptick rule is in effect. Yeah, Neon is alive again, guys. Neon is definitely alive. It's crawled all the way back from 7 up to here. You know, if it takes out 795, it could have another little run in it. You know, it did get as high as 870. See you, Jack. All right, resuming. Well, it didn't collapse. U1 did not collapse. Still hanging in at the 31.
Where is Monita? Okay, you're not going anywhere, young lady. You stay here with me.
This is the one I was talking about yesterday that was a great short all day, FSK. I'm not having a big lag. I'm not noticing one anyway, Chris. Really? I have not seen that. Because, you know me. I mean, if I have lagging issues, I certainly let them know about it. I just haven't seen that. And I'm not seeing. Okay, well, well, Bill, he's the only guy who can help you if anybody can help you. And we're not getting a ton of emails like that, so it's kind of weird that it's happening to you. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Okay, so
You know what we're going to
They
stay
send
there.
it to Georgia, they're talking about
You stay there and went to Vincent. Stay there, Chloe. You stay.
are you a Mr. Fix-It? Well, okay, now that I'm shutting down the room, can you tell me what I might be able to do, or is it just an impossibility? So, guys, I basically shut down the room, and I'm just going to exercise my. One time I do something like this. Good, sounds like you. So you are technically astute. Not putting any pressure on you, but you are technically astute. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Wow, look at AVXL, guys. AVXL has room. It does have some room. This is my problem. And again, it may not be anything anybody can help with, but it's only been happening in the last I'd say week, maybe, that I've noticed. All of a sudden I've noticed. And it's with my Bluetooth connections is getting very, very spotty. And I went online and I found out, okay, it can be interference from who knows where. Never used to happen though. And it's been driving me crazy. I've got all sorts of different headsets. My beautiful Sony one, if you know anything about the Sony MX2 or whatever it's called, MX3, and it's fantastic, but I had to stop using it yesterday and even this morning because it was just cutting in and out. So I put on my Pro Beats, which the ones with the wire, the new ones, and they actually work pretty well, but they really hurt my ears if I have to have them on all day. So I'm trying to figure out what is going on. like what could be happening, if there's any fix other than, again, what people are telling me. Yeah, the new device in the room that's also using Bluetooth. Everything was updated. Everything was updated. In fact, yesterday, I went through not a mandatory update, but I went through an update. Well, I'm only at work. Work is home, Doc. Work is home, so I don't use them anywhere else. But I always work at home. Yeah, but the update happened yesterday, and it was happening before then. Radio interference. Yeah, well, I'm going to... Pass update, maybe.
And see if it's logged in over front back.
Anyway, I'm going to still do some digging. So you might, they keep talking about, oh, look at PRVB, guys. It is now coming back a little bit. Again, been a little bit choppy. I'm really interested in the... You're talking about, say, the power button on my headset. That's what you're talking about, right? Okay. Well, I'll try that again. Yeah. I mean, right now I've got it on, and it's pretty good. But you remember yesterday I had to just I wanted to throw it out the window. And I have to chant. Okay. Keep an eye on AVXL, guys. It may have that little move that this little window is famous for at the end of the day. And all the volume that came in. Let's see if that volume really causes it to move higher here again. And that's for the AVXL. They weren't here yesterday, Doc, so that wasn't the issue.
Guys, I'm not going downstairs, Chloe. No way.
None of them were here yesterday. Only right at the very beginning of the day, and that wasn't the issue. Only one, and very briefly. Keep an eye on the AVXL, guys. How many? That's a good question. I'll have to count. Keep an eye on the AVXL, guys. No, they're not. It's only the headset. Now, sometimes, you might get a drop-off and we wouldn't know it, if you're looking at a tablet or something and maybe there's a momentary blip, but it's not as annoying as having something staticky constantly. All right, guys, listen, I'll try. That's a good question, though, the number of Bluetooth devices, so I'll try to figure that out and see maybe that is it. All right, guys, listen, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to maybe do some trading on my own. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thanks for indulging all the noise in the background. Another week of this, and we'll be good to go. Okay. There's the AVXL, guys. Keep an eye on this one going into the close. Thanks a lot for all the help there, too, on the troubleshooting on the Bluetooth stuff. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, everybody. Bye-bye.